a very, very warm welcome to this online conference being organised by the Institute of Commonwealth Studies, which is part of the School of Advanced Study of the University of London. We are one of 9 humanities institutes, and we act as a kind of national research centre for the humanities in the UK. But obviously, my own institute in particular has a much broader remit. And since 1949, we've been a unique research centre for the Commonwealth as an organisation and the history and culture of the member states of the Commonwealth. And we're delighted to welcome you to this conference on intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. And I'd like at the very onset to thank my colleague Shihan De Silva for all the work that she's done in putting this remarkable program, I think, together. Very much looking forward to hearing this broad range of subjects. And I should say that I suppose, like most organizations, back in March of this year, we were stopped in our tracks by the pandemic. We all had to rethink our plans, but gradually we started to realize what tremendous opportunities there were here as well, as we mastered the online platforms such as Zoom, which we're using today. The fact that we could very easily connect scholars across the world. And I think that there is, for us, clearly, we don't want to lose these opportunities. But I think perhaps at a more fundamental level, for the Commonwealth itself, I think there are tremendous opportunities here in terms of forging and sustaining links at a non-governmental level, which can be of tremendous value to us all, because the Commonwealth in so many different areas is an extraordinary comparative laboratory of intellectual pursuits, professional pursuits, political projects. It provides really everyone, even a small organization like ourselves, with the ability to map out these networks and sustain these networks. So this is really exciting. We don't want to lose that. And you can see this from the program today. We have scholars from South Africa, from Sri Lanka, from India, from Germany, from the US. In many ways, it's a really exciting development. Just very quickly to say something about the protocols for today, and I'm sure that many of you will be familiar with them already from other Zoom conferences. Please, if you're not speaking, mute your microphones so that there's no interference. Better to turn off your videos. I think it helps with the connections usually. Please use the chat function to register a question, and as host, I will feed those questions in, and the chairs will do the same. It's from a copyright perspective, it's easier for us simply to read out questions so that we don't need to sort of chase people with copyright permission forms, because we are recording this event and we would like to make it available. And it just eases the sort of the bureaucratic side of that. The format will be that speakers will speak for approximately 20 minutes each, and we will take questions at the end of each presentation. So probably there probably won't be much more time for more than about a couple of questions. But again, as chairs and as hosts, we'll try and round all the questions up and see if there are connections between the questions. And if there's any time spare at the end of the panels, we'll see if we can put some questions to all the panelists or bring up some questions that we haven't had time to answer before. So that's really how the day is going to work. And before we start the first panel properly, I'd like to invite Shihan de Silva just to say a few words of background and introduction to the subject of the day itself. Shihan.
Thank you, Philip. And I've got a PowerPoint slides, which I'm going to bring up. So I need to share screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but...
So that's my screen. So I need to share screen, right?
Yeah.
Now.
Okay.
Right. So this is truly an international event with presenters from across the Indian and Atlantic Oceans and participants from all over the world. Professor Philip Murphy, our director, will be chairing the first session, and my colleague Mandy Banton, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies, will be chairing the second session, and I will be chairing the final session. As Michelle Stefano, Peter Davis, and Gerard Corsan say, the intangible cultural heritage concept operates at the international and national levels as a direct result of its conceptualization and categorization by UNESCO. But it is nuanced and needs to be examined through those who embody and transmit these practices. And that is what we are going to do today. I want to pose some questions to everyone, which I will come back to in the plenary session. Can intangible cultural heritage be recognized and empowered without UNESCO's recognition? What are the advantages and disadvantages of getting on to the UNESCO representative list? What support is available at the national level for intangible cultural heritage? Can we move beyond an international body into intranational institutions or networks? And in this respect, does the Commonwealth have a role to play? And the other networks that I am familiar with, Comunidade dos Países de Língua Portuguesa and PALOP, Países Africanos de Língua Oficial Portuguesa, which is a subset of the countries which speaks African, Portuguese countries where Portuguese is official in Africa. And others that come to mind are SAARC and SIAC. So SAARC is the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, and Association of Southeast Asian Nations. How does intangible cultural heritage have a role in fostering sustainable development? So examples from language, religion, poetry, music, and dance will be shown today. And we can discuss all of these in the final session. Thank you. Over to you, Philip, now.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me introduce our first speaker, Professor B.D. Nandadeva from Sri Lanka, who is a distinguished scholar of art history, folk arts, and cultural heritage management. He's had a long academic career, working on non-mainstream genres of art and architecture, particularly material techniques of Buddhist paintings and techniques of Eastern architecture in Sri Lanka. He's also worked with the Sri Lankan government and with UNESCO on intangible cultural heritage, and is a member of a number of worldwide organizations bringing together scholars and experts in that field. So it's wonderful to have Professor Nandadeva to begin this conference, and I'd like to hand over to him now. Thank you.
Can you get in my screen?
That's right, yes.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Philip Murphy and Shihan, for organizing this event and inviting me. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all those participants joining us across oceans and continents. And so today I'm going to share our experience, Sri Lanka's experiences on how the pandemic influenced Sri Lanka's living culture. And I would like to make a request to all participants that my slides contain sufficient textual information for you to read. So I want to limit my presentation to 20 minutes to save time. I will be talking about the main points, but I invite you to go through the text while I talk. So there are two aspects I would like to talk about. That is how the pandemic affected the living culture of Sri Lanka. I have given this list, and also how Sri Lanka's living culture responded to the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. And on the other side of the slide, I have mentioned, according to the UNESCO categorization, the three domains under which those affected or impacted cultural heritage elements belong to. So this slide shows you how Sri Lankan government acted, what steps it took. It immediately we found the first patient, identified the first patient or diagnosed the first patient on the 15th of March, which was who was a tourist from China. And on the 20th, 5 days later, the government imposed the road lockdown with curfew, island-wide curfew. And here you see what happened to the street, city streets. The one at the bottom does not necessarily say that the street roads have gone to the dog, but this is how it looked like. The first example I would like to talk about is the pilgrimages to the Mount Sripada, this mountain. You see the image at the top. This mountain is called Sripada, and it is also called Adam's Peak. I will tell you what the reasons for these names. Because the Buddhists believe that the sacred footprint of the Buddha is placed at the summit of the mountain. He did it at his second visit to Sri Lanka, which took place in the 6th century BC. But the Hindus believe that this footprint is the footprint of Lord Shiva, therefore they call it the Sivanolipada. And interestingly, Christians and Muslims believe that the footprint is actually Adam's first step on earth that he had soon after expulsion from Garden of Eden. And Sri Lankans believe that a local deity called Gold Saman made the mountain, the whole mountain, his abode. Here you see on the top the visualization of God Saman. At the bottom, what you see is actually the place where the footprint is placed. But what you see on the surface is a protective stone cover, so that nobody can see the actual footprint. The map shows the location of the site. So what happened was this pilgrimage had been in existence for over 1,000 years. There's plenty of historical and archaeological evidence. But people do not visit this place every day of the year or any day of the year. There is a season. The season begins on the full moon day of December and it lasts till the full moon day of May. At the time when the coronavirus invaded us, the season had already begun. So people were, pilgrims were visiting. And they visit the site especially for two reasons. The Buddhists want to earn merit by worshipping the relic. The footprint is considered as a relic. There is also a very amazing phenomenon, natural phenomenon, which people call the service of sun god. This happens early in the morning, when sun rises from the horizon. People believe that the sun, the sun god, the deity, worships the mountain 3 times by bouncing 3 times back and forth, up and down to the ocean. So people gathered here. This slide shows the people gathered here to watch the early morning worship of the sun god. And there are heaps and heaps of beliefs, of rituals, folklore, poetry, and taboos, and many other cultural practices. And this clearly shows reflects the worldview of people and how they relate themselves to the nature and the larger universe. So it shows very clearly the human existence and how it relates to the environment as well as to the supernatural. But as I said, the pilgrimage season began in mid-December, but it has to be banned in late March when curfew was imposed. So people did not have the time to, the lucky ones who started the pilgrimage in December and January were lucky, but the others who postponed, who waited until April or May, lost the opportunity to fulfill their vows. The second example is the pilgrimage to another shrine called the shrine of God Kataragama. This god also is called Murugan by Tamils because the god is a guardian god of Tamils. Originally, God Kataragama is a Hindu god, but for one reason or another, he chose as his abode a small hilltop here in southern Sri Lanka. But Buddhists assimilated the worship of God Kataragama into Buddhist culture, Buddhist worship, and they named him as one of the 4 guardian deities of Buddhism and for island. He is also worshipped by the Vedas, who are the hunter-gatherers of Sri Lanka, or the Aborigines. And also there is, interestingly, there is a shrine sacred to Muslims, also within the same precinct. There are countless legends, beliefs, and rituals of all forms. And one of the extraordinary way of worshipping the god by our Tamil brothers living in far north of the island is the Padayatra, which is a pilgrimage on foot. The map shows you where the pilgrimage begins, which is on the far north. And they come all along the eastern coastal belt by foot to Kataragama. It takes about 45 days. And during the ritual, during the annual festival, which is going to end today. And the walking itself, the Padayatra itself, is a fulfilling vow. Here these two nice photographs show you the Padayatra, part of the Padayatra. When they arrived at the site, there are so many different forms of rituals, like dancing with loud music and fire walking, hanging by the flesh, walking upon nailed slippers, piercing the cheeks and or tongue with metal pins, or rolling on the ground wearing just a loincloth, all that to show their reverence and devotion to the deity. But this year, but that time, the curfew wasn't there, but the government, the authorities feared that the large gatherings, actually people gather there during this festival, not in thousands but in hundreds of thousands. So the authorities feared that whether that's going to gathering of having large gatherings would cause problems, spread of the virus. If there will be just even one person, one infected person can cause huge damage. Therefore, the pilgrims who came through the Padayatra were stopped at this place called Panama. So they were not allowed to go anywhere beyond. So the rituals, the festival was held only by the officiating priests, but public were not allowed to participate. So this is the visualization of that god. So, but unfortunately, people who wanted to visit and pay their homage to the deity was not able to do that. So we still question what happened to the fulfilling of the vows. So this is how the pilgrimages were affected. The next pilgrimage is the Buddhist pilgrimage to Mihintale at Anuradhapura, the place where Asoka's first Buddhist missionaries visited and met the Sri Lankan king here at Mihintale, Anuradhapura. Anuradhapura also is a World Heritage Site with hundreds and hundreds of Buddhist ruins of Buddhist monasteries. So Buddhists from all over the country visit Mihintale and Anuradhapura on the full moon day of June. They worship these sites and also they fulfill vows to the sacred Bodhi tree at Anuradhapura. There's a sacred Bodhi tree which was planted about 2,500 years ago from a sapling which was brought from India, from this very same Bodhi tree under which Buddha received enlightenment. Therefore, making a vow to the Srima Bodhi is a very important thing. And even this is a good example which I will explain to you little later in this presentation. And communities gather together, engage in charity and engage in many meritorious acts. But this was government has to request the public not to go to Anuradhapura during this Poson period. In June, people were asked to stay at home. So this is how one of the newspapers reported, let me quote, "This year we are advised to be at home with our families and loved ones without creating unnecessary crowds to avoid escalation of the COVID-19 pandemic and to carry out all our religious rites and rituals within our households. As true Buddhists and lovers of the country of our birth, our motherland, it is best that we oblige in good spirit," which means people cooperated with the government and refrained from going to Anuradhapura, not to subject everyone else to any health risks. The next celebration, actually religious celebration, was Vesak. I think everybody now know that is Buddhists all over the world commemorate Buddha's birth, enlightenment and passing away on the full moon day of May, which fell on the 5th of that month. And many pilgrimages, religious observances and week-long all-night celebrations all over the country by lighting paper lanterns and also making electrically lit pandols called Torana. And but due to health risks, the government requested for people to stay at home and to watch these things only on the TV. So this is how we reconciled between the tradition and the new threat. Another not so religious but mostly a secular festival that we had to that was affected is the Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations. It was confined to households this year, and it's a national festival of Buddhist Sinhalese and Hindu Tamils. It based on the Indian astrology, and it marks the sun's entering the house of Aries, entering the house of Aries from the house of Pasis. So generally fell on the 13th and 14th April. This is celebrated by Sri Lankans of other faiths also who live among the communities of Sinhala Buddhists and Tamil Hindus. And this is a great national festival because the people meet together, families reunite, children visit their parents, children who live far away, maybe even foreign countries, they make it an event, the reason to visit and pay home respect to their parents. And we make a lot of sweetmeats and share it and exchange gifts with neighbors and family members. It's a event of forgiving all rivalries, so nobody will remain as an enemy after the festival. So it's a kind of a reinforcing all bonds. But due to curfew, celebrations were confined to households. On the top slides, that is how we mark the beginning of the festival. That is by boiling a pot of oil. So you wait until the oil spills spills out, which symbolizes prosperity for the next 365 days. And at this bottom, you see some of the traditional games. This is the pillow fighting. And for all faiths, this virus situation impacted. We were not able to do casual visits, and also the full moon day, all Buddhists visit. Majority of Buddhists visit the temple, and the Hindus visit their temples called Kovil, and that wasn't able to do. And the Christians celebrate their Good Friday and Easter Sunday, and Muslims celebrate their Ramazan. All that had to be restricted to households, and the government requested the television channels to broadcast that. And here you see a Buddhist sermon is being broadcasted, and at the bottom, this is the Easter Sunday service was held by the cardinal, and it was televised or broadcasted, so people joined through electronic media. And this is a very special thing, the Bodhi Puja that I mentioned when I talked about the Sri Mahabodhi, worship of the Sri Mahabodhi. The Bodhi Puja is an extremely important cultural element of Sri Lankan Buddhist culture, because it is something that coexists with science. People have a strong belief that by worshipping the Bodhi tree, the sacred Bodhi tree, you can find answers to all your problems. Even if, suppose you have your family member admitted to the hospital, a heart patient who is to undergo heart surgery, but it is very important that his family members, well-wishers, friends and everybody go to the temple and do the Bodhi Puja, worshipping the Bodhi Puja. So when this is communicated to the patient, he becomes very relaxed, very happy, and it strengthens strengthen him psychologically. So, but we were not able to do that. Here in these pictures, you see how the devotional these people are, and how much faith people have in worshiping. This is, they put keep water pots on the head and make 7 circles around the Bodhi tree and pour the water to the roots of the Bodhi tree. And we were not able to do that this year. And the last important celebration was, which is happening now. It is tonight. We have the very famous procession of the sacred Tooth Relic Temple in Kandy. This is the Tooth Relic Temple in Kandy. People believe that one of Buddha's tooth relics is kept here. So annually we have this procession with 100 elephants. The tooth relic casket is supposed to be paraded on the city. And this is an old photograph that shows that the hundreds of thousands of people, devotees, gather to watch the procession. And this year the government allowed only to conduct the rituals with the minimum number of officiating monks or priests, but the public was not allowed. Public was requested to stay at home, so the public was not able to become a part of that. And the last thing is that the affected severely was the arts and crafts, one very important part of Sri Lanka's intangible cultural heritage. Here you see craftsmen, and to the right side you will see puppet players, puppet drama practitioners. The Sri Lanka Shrimp Puppet Theatre became the first intangible cultural heritage element inscribed on the UNESCO representative list. And at the bottom center you will see 2 people in the process of making something called the Dumbara Rata mats. So this year we have nominated this element for consideration by the UNESCO for the 2021 cycle, and none of these people were able to get their raw materials or to sell their products, so they were very badly affected. And the other cultural response is the chanting of pirith by Buddhist monks. This actually took place in my own university where I worked until my retirement in 2017. And this actually held in front of the Bodhi tree. This is the Bodhi tree on the campus. This was, interestingly, it was organized by the Confucius Institute and the Department of Sinhala at the university. That is the reason why you see a large number of Chinese students who are part of this Confucius Institute. This is long before we imposed the curfew and lockdown in. But interesting to read this little note. The prime motive for praying good health for the people around the world affected by coronavirus. So this is how Sri Lankans, even along with foreign students, responded to the coronavirus. But the biggest chanting of pirith took place at several different places in Sri Lanka, in Colombo, and in front of the sacred Tooth Relic Temple. This is an ancient Buddhist practice to protect from natural calamities. Chanting of especially the pirith, called the Ratana Sutra, it has a history. The city of Vaishali in India, ancient India, in the 6th century, during the time of the Buddha, there was a natural calamity. Therefore, it was said in literature that Buddha requested his disciple Ananda to go to visit this city and chant the Ratana Sutra at Vaishali. This is the present day Vesak in north western Bihar. So the Ratana Sutra priests, they chanted pirith that began on the 18th March, 2 days before the imposition of curfew. And interestingly, the sacred water, the chanted water, was sprinkled in many parts of Sri Lanka by a helicopter using the modern technology. And the last slide is how puppet drama was used. These practitioners, our UNESCO inscribed intangible heritage element, they created new episodes to warn people about coronavirus, and they asked in these clips to uh, follow the government advice, health advice, and interestingly also to drink herbal teas as much as possible, as people have been doing when they had flu or similar ailments for many centuries, following the indigenous medicinal practices. So this is the experiences that I have to share with you. I showed you many images. All those images were borrowed from the internet, and due credit is given to them. And thank you very much for listening. And I would be very happy to answer if you have any questions.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Nandadeva. Absolutely fascinating. And can I invite people, again, as I said before, to use the chat function just to ask a question. That was perfectly timed. So we have 6 or 7 minutes for questions. Maybe I could start and ask a question of my own. You've described these various events, various ceremonies that have been postponed or curtailed because of COVID. I suppose we're just starting to get a sense of the psychological impact of COVID on our societies. These rituals, these celebrations are a tremendously important part of many people's lives. What has been the reaction to to the postponement or the rearranging? Has there been opposition? Do we get a sense? Do we have any sense yet what the kind of the popular psychological impact has been? Changing.
Yes, go ahead. You finish. Have you finished?
Yeah, no, that's really it. Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, when the government imposed curfew, as I said, the Sripada pilgrimage had already begun 2 months before, and the people were very reluctant, and the Buddhist monks also were reluctant. But the government made very emphatically made this request to the public: please don't do it, because this can be very dangerous. Therefore, finally the monks agreed, and they closed the pilgrimage. Probably originally people were upset. Those who really did not realize the gravity of the danger, but soon they realized. So that was the only incident that people reacted against. But soon everybody realized that people thought that it would be very silly if we try to climb the mountain and to allow people to gather together, because it took a few days for people to realize, when they saw images from other countries where so many people died. But because this time we had only one death, so the people were still taking it too light. But when they watched on TV news, international news, how bad it is in so many different other countries, so people complied with government requests, and after that people didn't try to violate. But the other answer is that, to make a vow, to ask your deity, your favorite deity, to help you, you do not have to go to that site because the deities can listen no matter where you are, so that from home you can tell the deity. So the people think that the deity would understand. Therefore, I think the people were able to psychologically reconcile. Okay, even though I'm not able to go to Eden's Peak or go to Kataragama or go to the Sri Bodhi, my prayers, my request, God would see my problems and the God would help me. So there wasn't much of a friction, much of a conflict actually. So the people reconciled.
And really following up from that, there's a question from Chandra Reddy, who says, okay, there was good cooperation this year, but do you have a sense if there'll be more opposition if the situation continues for another year or two?
Well, it is Chandra, Professor Chandra Reddy is my thesis advisor at the University of Delaware. Anyway, Chandra, if you are listening, well, it's difficult to answer. It is very difficult to predict what might happen. But well, as you sense that for short term, it is easy to control large masses of people. But if this is going to continue for another year or two, no one really would know what would really happen. So, but for the time being, but today, the last day of the most celebrous day of the Kandy Tooth Relic Temple procession, so people are staying at home. So people still show patience, but I have no idea what would happen in the next year. It's only the deities would know. Did I answer, Chandra, your question?
And from Mahendra, who asks, is this a good example for some who consider ritual as merely superstitious nonsense to rethink and reflect on the enormous advantages brought about in uniting people to act in the common interests of all people?
Yes, I got the question, Mahendra. It's a great question. With this, conflict between some Eastern cultures and Western scientific thought, always come out with this idea that those things are superstitious and it's a waste of time and nonsense. But today, especially in this occasion, we know that it is not nonsense as somebody would presume. People's cultures have lasted for thousands of years, and it still lasts. That's going to last in the future, for the future. And I'm sure those beliefs and rituals do have a role to play, because today we know that the psychological treatment is equally important as the treatments that you do with medicine based on Western scientific knowledge. But I think this time the COVID-19 provided us with a great opportunity to find out, how best we can reconcile. I think people will, those who criticize, the critics will take this opportunity to think again. These rituals and all those beliefs do have an important role to play in human societies.
Thank you very much indeed. We've got some more questions coming in, but we've run out of time for this particular section. So if we have time at the end, we'll come back. But
okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Professor Nandadeva.
You're welcome.
So we move on to Professor Lina Dominelli. Lina, are you there? Hello, Lina.
Lina is there.
Yes, I'm here. I'm just trying to find my buttons. Okay.
Oh, right, okay, that's good. Good. Lina, are you using a PowerPoint?
Yes, I am using a PowerPoint, and I can hopefully screen share. So let me just put share screen. And
Okay, while you're doing that, let me just say our second presentation is going to be on COVID-19 sustainable development from green social work perspectives. And we're delighted to have Professor Lina Domnelli from the University of Stirling in Scotland. Professor Domnelli holds a chair in social work, and she was previously co-director at the Institute of Hazards, Risk and Resilience at Durham University. And appropriately enough, she has a special interest in climate change, extreme weather events, and crises, including health pandemics. So I'm sure she's been in great demand over recent months. So, Lina, let me pass over to you. Is it?
yeah, just
Okay, yeah, it's working.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm going to try and take my hang on a sec. Sorry about this. I thought I had it all down to a T, but it's always a bit more awkward than you think. So I just want to look for more options.
And just a reminder to participants, again, we have limited time at the end for questions. So if a question occurs to you while the presentation is going on, please do use chat to record it, and then there's a good chance that we'll get to your question.
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Right. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting event. It's wonderful to see so many different people from all over the world virtually. It's still, although I've done a few of these presentations, it still seems very different to me and quite new and different every time. And the technology is always an interesting challenge. So I want to just tell you a little bit about what I'm going to be doing in my presentation today. I'm going to be arguing that sustainability, which the Brundtland Commission defined as looking after our needs for today and for future generations, is inadequate. That's basically the main thrust of my arguments. And the reason why I trace back, I give COVID-19 as an example, is that sustainability today means that we have to take care of the environment as well as the needs of people past, present, and future. And the reason why I argue that is from a green social work perspective. I am a sociologist and a qualified social worker, but looking at disasters, as I have been doing since, ironically, it was the 2004 tsunami in Sri Lanka that got me interested in this work. I argue that the encroachment of humanity into the wilderness to meet our needs for today, particularly using models of industrialization that are very exploitative of nature. We just look at what do we need, take it out of the ground, or take it from the plants and animals, and then that's business done. So that model is not sustainable, and we're using up resources in the earth far too quickly. And I worry that even if we do find another planet, we'll be reproducing similar terrible practices over there as we are here. So my talk will end with a plea for everybody to become green social workers if you're in my profession, of course, And so let's move to the next slide. I've given you the outline, so I shall skip that. But I want to define the green social work perspective around its holism, around its care for the planet, around the integration, and this is key, between environmental issues and human behavior, and connecting socioeconomic, political, and cultural elements to human action and meeting needs. Without meeting our needs by taking care of the environment, we're actually going to destroy not only the environment, but also it is an exploitation of human labor. As I'm sure many of you will know, those that are in the global south, but also in the global north, the majority of people are working for multinational firms which are not paying enough for the labor that they take from the people. Now, I know there are lots of other small firms that employ people as well, but of those that are employed by large firms, the majority of them are not paid enough. And yet we have huge inequalities whereby the people who are at the top of these professions get paid. Well, I learned a new word yesterday. They called it gazillions. Never heard of that, as making more money than trillions. Well, we know we have our first trillionaire in Amazon, Jeff Bezos. So I argue that from a green perspective, we have to look at the world as interconnected and interdependent. And that means that what happens in Sri Lanka will affect me in England, and what happens in England will also affect you in Sri Lanka. So, and the rest of the world. So global solidarity and putting forth the public good, the pandemic has actually said, this is what we need to do. And although my great regret at the moment is that most countries are only doing it within their own country, we need to do this globally if we're going to defeat the pandemic, because access to vaccines, which we haven't got yet, but when we do have them, it's quite clear they're going to be unequally distributed. Access to PPE, the personal protective equipment, and medical supplies, medicines, all of those things are still unequally distributed, and we can only overcome that through solidarity and looking at the public good, i.e. our interdependence and reliance upon each other. So I am very much in favor of universalism in accessing health and education, where I would believe that it should be free to all at the point of need, and that we come together to help the development of whatever it is we need within a sustainable environment and protecting planet Earth. The other thing that I think a green perspective does is acknowledge the differentiated experiences of everyone, and that's where, certainly in the UK, gender, ironically in the UK, the biggest number of COVID survivors and affected people are men, not women. Women have a tougher burden to bear because they're responsible for looking after children as well as themselves and the rest of their families under COVID, which puts a lot of strain on them. But it's men that are the main victim survivors of COVID. The other thing is that here in the UK, it's mainly older people, and particularly older people in health homes, that are most affected. And I could give a whole lecture on why that is the case, but I'll move on. The other thing that I want to highlight is that here in the UK, people who come from either disadvantaged backgrounds or from minority, Black and Asian and minority ethnic groups and disadvantaged backgrounds are also affected most, and so are our health workers and the social workers. Now, we all know that COVID-19 is a zoonotic disease, which means that it has come to us from the animal kingdom. We don't know where patient zero is for this or was for this disease, but we do know that it is probably likely to have come from a bat, a while back that, and there may have been an intermediary host or reservoir that passed it on to people. We also know that it is a respiratory disease, but as it's gone on, we know that it affects other organs too, including the brain and the heart and the skin. So we have to worry about it's becoming more changed as it goes along. And I was interested to look at the science that said in the UK alone, so it mutates, there are 1,300 known mutations of this virus that came to us via other countries. The other thing is that it spreads quickly because a lot of people who have the disease don't know they have it. They're asymptomatic, as it's called. So therefore, they go around their daily business, and unless they're wearing masks or some other kind of protective gear, it's not going to be very nice for people when we catch it from them. Now, I want to say, because social workers ask me, well, what can we do in the pandemic? What's our work in relation to that? And I have argued that we do need some special training, but we also need to understand that our generic skills as social workers are very important in this situation. And these methods range from crisis intervention to counseling to interviewing people. So we have to undertake our normal duties during a pandemic like this one, as well as our normal duties and the COVID ones. So we're doing a double act. And in some countries, I've been supporting Chinese social workers since January. They have been doing things that a social worker in the UK, for example, would never do. And that is go out on the streets, take temperature of people to see if they've got COVID fever on them, or go and disinfect parts of the physical environment and things like that, as well as looking after people who are left without support and so on, including one of the most saddest situations I was told about that really upset social workers was that it took them a couple of days to realize, and this is where coordination between different agencies is so important, but there was a disabled child who was being looked after by his parents at home, and they both caught COVID, and they were taken off to hospital to be treated. And it never occurred to anyone to tell the social workers there was a child there. Now, the social workers in China do go house to house in a way that I cannot see us having the people power to do that here. And found this child within a day or two, but it was still really upsetting to them because this should not have happened. So we all had to learn how to deal with putting on PPE properly, which you do need training for. I don't have time to go into that now. But from a green perspective, we need to worry about what is happening to our environment, and that means lobbying for a sustainable environment with the big companies, particularly, that are into agribusiness and exploiting the environment and crossing that human-animal barrier that gives us zoonotic diseases. And it's interesting that since we've been tracking zoonotic diseases in recent times, from SARS to now, the period between one outbreak and another is getting shorter, which is very worrying. And I think, is the next one just around the corner, which is very worrying. So the roles of social workers in these disasters and sustainability is part of the thread that links all these different roles together, because we are doing it to protect people and the planet, because social workers are interested in people's well-being and having to look after their well-being and the well-being of planet Earth and all the things that live within it and the inanimate things within it. So you can see the big long list there, and that's not a complete list. I have been known to go up to about 18 of them. but I want to highlight one which is not one that social workers are very familiar with, which is the last one at the bottom: scientific translators conveying scientific knowledge to communities clearly. And this is really, really important because most of the information that comes out from the science, natural science sphere is not easily understood by ordinary people. If I say to them that COVID-19 came to us from the animal kingdom, they'll understand that. But if I say it's a zoonotic disease, they won't unless I define it. So, and then what does that mean has to be put in clear, simple language for people to understand. Now, I found that supporting social workers across the world, there have been a lot of commonalities in the things that they worry about. One of these is not having enough personal protective equipment. And this is really important because social workers worry about protecting themselves, yes, but that's low on their list of priorities, which I found quite interesting. They're more worried about not taking the disease home to their families and not taking the disease to the service users that they meet, those that they do during the pandemic. And they are particularly worried, especially after I told them that a major way of spreading the disease is going around doing your normal everyday business when you don't know you're actually carrying the virus and spreading it around because you're asymptomatic. Also, another thing that they worry about when they use the new technology, now there's all the knowledge to be gained, and it's quite a challenge from using the new technology, but they're also very worried that they might miss vital cues, especially because you can only see what's in front of you on the screen, what's hiding behind the screen or to the side of the screen. And this is really important if you have children and older people that you're worried about being abused, or women who might be experiencing domestic violence, or occasionally even men who are experiencing domestic violence. So they worry about what they don't see as well as what they do see. The other thing that had been very low priority on their list was training volunteers, not even training them on how to wear masks properly or which mask to use, because masks are not just all the same, they're very different. I've done a 2-year study of masks to find out what all these things were. So that was another thing. So the training of volunteers is really important. And they were also worried by, somebody called it an avalanche of guidance from the government, which kept coming every day, just tons and tons and tons of materials for them to decide, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do. And they also didn't like the changes in the legislation here in the UK, which said they didn't have to visit people if they thought that there was a risk to themselves, because they didn't think that was in keeping with their ethical guidelines. Another ethical dilemma they had was not knowing where to get resources from when there weren't enough resources to go around. And this could range from food to personal protective equipment to medical aids, all sorts of things. And that was true across the world, which was quite worrying. The other thing that they worried a lot about was mental ill health. Sorry, I'm losing my voice because I talk too much on computers all day long. Excuse me while I have a drink. But they were worried that people who were in social isolation and not seeing people and talking to them even at a distance, which they were allowed to do if they stayed outside from the house and 2 meters apart, they didn't feel that they could pick up on who was really having problems and struggling unless they got in touch with them. And then the other thing that was quite a challenge was keeping a record of everywhere they went and who they encountered, so that if they had to do tracing, if they came down with COVID, the people would know what to do. And also, none of the social workers anywhere in the world said they had enough supervision and support They had to find their own support networks. So that was one of the reasons why the Chinese approached me to ask me for support way back in early January. And then the other thing was they didn't know how to look after themselves when they had to worry about COVID. So those were all things that we had to worry about. And then when I said to them, well, you've got to be sustainable and worry about the environment, they said, oh no, do we really need to have another element that we've got to worry about? And I said, yes, because this is integral to the work you do, because if we don't protect the environment, and that means how you look after the disposable equipment that you have, because otherwise all the gains that have been made in getting rid of plastic and other things from rivers and oceans will just be intensified and made worse. So we did talk about how that could be done. And then I did have guidance for self-care because there wasn't any. And this includes doing a risk assessment on yourself, accessing support, supervision, even by forming your own peer groups, and also trusting people and what they tell them in terms of how do you experience this pandemic? What has it done to you? And check everything out. And also be prepared. This is where I'm suggesting take your own flask of tea, coffee with you. Very good for that, because if you take your own, you don't need any disposable cups. And wear disposable gloves. And sometimes you can actually recycle disposable gloves. If they're made of latex, you can actually wash them in hot soapy water and then hang them out to dry in the sun and reuse them later on when you need them. Always disinfect surfaces in your home. And we talked about, commercial products as well as some that you can make from the things that are around you in the environment, and like lemons and limes and so on. And just keep yourself informed all the time. So, and finally, stay calm, stay safe, and stay connected while maintaining your physical distance, because social workers are undervalued workers, but they are essential workers. So that's really important. And then we went through what do they need to know to work effectively.
Sorry, Lynn, I wonder if we could just kind of wind it up there.
Yes, I am nearly finished, I believe.
We've got at least one question, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm nearly finished. This is the second to the last slide, I believe. So I'm talking about how we go through a process of intervention, which I won't go into all the details except to highlight the most important, which is there has to be two-way communication between you and whether you're working with an individual, a family, a group, or a community. And community engagement and co-production, where you really have to understand your community or have a community profile to know what resources there are in the community. And then the rest of the process is all the same as it normally is. So we'll move on to the next slide. And this is the last slide. We do have to have a vision for a post-COVID world. Now, I am saying, given my analysis of where COVID-19 came from and all the challenges that it has made to the myths of neoliberalism, sustainability and environmentally friendly approaches to planet Earth and in our lifestyle is crucial. Focusing on public good, not private greed. Don't go for consumerist lifestyles and livelihoods, because the Earth can't afford it for everyone, and we shouldn't have the disparities we have, where the rich have just come back from going to a visit on the International Space Station. Now, can somebody explain to me why that's necessary for anyone's well-being? But it has cost the planet a lot of carbon dioxide emissions and fossil fuel usage. And guess what? You and I and everybody else who breathes the air on this planet and grows things in the soil will be feeling the impact of that. Then civic duty and neighborliness, communal support systems, absolutely essential. We've got to make those communal support systems global. solidarity, mutuality. We have to help each other to help ourselves, interdependence, equality, human rights. Let's do everything we can to keep greenhouse gases so that we don't go above the 1.5 degrees C, which we have less than 10 years now to do that in. Let's eliminate the use of fossil fuels, because if we work together, we can create this new world. If we work together, we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. There's a question from Nicholas Watts. It's really got two parts to it. Nicholas says, has enough emphasis been given to the link between environmental destruction and biodiversity loss as a direct contributor to the COVID-19 epidemic? And secondly, how do we address dietary and traditional medicine practices in Southeast Asia that have such severe impacts on biodiversity and the survival of endangered species?
Yeah, the answer to the question is no. There hasn't been enough attention paid to how people, we need the earth to survive. We need to use the resources, but we do have to use them thoughtfully and carefully. And we have to think about how do we protect these resources so that other people can use them now and in the future. That is still part of sustainability. And I don't know enough about the plants and animals of Southeast Asia to be able to answer the second part of the question, but I can give you an example from here in the UK. Okay, my family has a tradition because of its Italian heritage of you go into the forest and you use the herbs and fruits of the forest and so on. And mushrooms is a big thing in Italian cuisine. So you go and pick mushrooms. And I remember from the word go, my parents always said, even when I never went with them to do this, but my brothers and sisters did. They always said, when you go and pick mushrooms, you never pick the whole lot up. You never pull them out by the roots so that they can't regrow. You leave some spores and some materials there so that they can regrow for others and for you when you come back next year. And that is what we have to do. So whatever we're using, whatever herb we're using from the environment, we have to kind of think about, how do I protect this particular plant or this animal? And my dad was a hunter because I grew up in Canada. My dad was a hunter, and my mom used to count the number of bullets in and out. This was sustainability, but I didn't know that then. I was just a little kid. And my mom used to count them out, and he better bring something back for the pot for every bullet that was missing. And he always did. And that was because you don't waste your ammunition, you don't waste animals. And my dad always used to say, if you're going to kill an animal for food, that was the only reason why he would encounter killing an animal for food. I'm vegetarian, by the way. But he would say, you shoot it between the eyes so it doesn't feel pain. So he was being very, very concerned about the environment, and you never take more than you need. So usually he would come back with one animal and one bullet missing. So that's an example of sustainability in our everyday life that I hope people can adapt to their own situation in Southeast Asia.
Thank you very much indeed, Lena. Thank you for your presentation. So we're going to move on now to Rita Sethi. And while Rita is setting up, she is going to speak about the many shades of safeguarding intangible cultural heritage and its sustainable development in India. And Rita is editor of Global INCH, the online international journal of intangible cultural heritage. She oversees the Asia INCH Encyclopedia. She's co-founder, trustee of the Craft Revival Trust, and serves on a series of national, international organizations, including in India and Japan, on intangible cultural heritage. So, Rita, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I am delighted to be here. My paper today is divided into 3 parts. In the first, I briefly contextualize ICH in India. The second provides a snapshot of some ICH safeguarding practices that address the economic, social, and environmental elements of the United Nations 2030 SDGs. And the third is the gaps we need to fill to ensure a future for ICH in these paradigm-altering times. So I'm now going to contextualize the ICH of India. A 5,000-year history, the 7th largest global landmass, a 7,500-kilometer coastline, 6 major climatic subtypes from deserts to alpine tundra, biological and wildlife multiplicity, the 2nd highest population in the world, diverse religious practices, 122 major spoken and written languages, stratified by over 3,000 castes and subcastes, over 460 tribal communities, and you can see that the scope and extent of practice of ICH across the 5 domains permeates society. Within this ICH matrix, the repository of knowledge and skills extends across a wide continuum of learning, centered on the fundamental principles of community knowledge, handed down orally within and across generations, and usually contained within families, caste, and community boundaries, outside mainstream educational system. Adding to the complexity of the matrix, an overwhelming majority of practitioners belong to the socially and economically weaker, more vulnerable sections of society. Over the last few decades, shifting dynamics have led to an erosion of livelihoods. The crisis has been ascribed to many reasons, not least being that as India modernizes, some dominant social practices prevail, while others seem to fade and reduce away. Traditional audiences in the performing arts, for instance, have increasingly been wooed away by other forms of entertainment, especially electronic, and this has resulted in a toxic mix of abandonment and loss of knowledge. In the case of crafts, estimates of the numbers of craftspeople employed in India vary widely, from 11 million to 200 million. Its makers have borne witness to their customer base shifting to replacement factory goods at prices unmatchable by them. Simultaneously, the availability of replicated and fake products marketed as handicraft has hit them hard. Compounding the crisis is a lack of interest in the younger generation in continuing in ICH practice due to perceived prejudices and inequalities of status. Tourism, too, has been a double-edged sword, for while bringing in revenue and recognition, it has often altered ICH forms to suit market forces and touristic demands. Always fragile, most forms of ICH are now further threatened by the effects of environment change and now COVID-19. Yet much has been achieved, and I have chosen just a few select initiatives that have effectively created invigorating patterns of impact on safeguarding and sustainability, suited to the evolving landscape in which ICH practitioners are situated. Raghuraj village located near the pilgrimage town of Puri in Odisha, has long been home to traditional practitioners and painters, known for their ritual scroll paintings and artifacts made of wood and papier-mâché. The artists also painted murals across the region's temple walls. However, mural painting was gradually dying out due to lack of patronage. The project to safeguard traditions was implemented by the community in partnership with NGOs and local government. Through community meetings, information on techniques was documented. Women who were customarily associated only with the preparatory work, as painting was a male domain, came forward and volunteered to join in. The men were initially reluctant, but through discussions, accepted change, and village homes were painted as a living reference of their mural arts. Sustainable tourism practices attracted footfalls, and the resultant income generated confidence and a desire in the youth to continue practice. Raghurajpur has since been anointed a heritage village, becoming an example for others to follow. Over the decades, village-based craftspeople sold their products through temporary exhibitions. The setting up of a permanent craft bazaar, the Delhi Haat, was initiated by an NGO with local government support in Delhi, India's capital city. In this open-air marketplace, craftspeople from across India come to sell their wares. With no middleman involved, they develop direct links and respond to the needs of their expanding customer base, building marketing and sales skills, leading to improved incomes, social equity, and empowerment. Open all year round, the bazaar has regional cuisines and public performances by folk and tribal artists. It has been hugely successful and duplicated across India and indeed in other countries. At Anagundi village, that lies contiguous to the World Heritage Site of Hampi, ICH has been linked to built heritage to achieve holistic development. Working with the community for the restoration of its traditional homes to solid waste management, preservation of water bodies and plantations, revival of its arts, crafts, and culinary skills has led to hospitality for sustainable heritage tourism, with public spaces activated for cultural performances that include an art interpretation and skill development center, craft courtyards, and night markets. Led and managed by community stakeholders, an NGO, and support from local government, it has contributed to civic pride and women empowerment, as their involvement was with every aspect of the change. This has become a replicable model for others to adapt. The village of Srikalahasti in Andhra Pradesh is where the famed chintz that was exported across the globe was created. Called Kalamkari, by the 1990s, the hand painting and modern dyeing on textiles were practiced just by a few male textile artists. With low wages, economic deprivation, and increased debt being the overall scenario. A local NGO worked towards reviving the craft and creating a space for women who were till then only involved with the preparatory work to learn painting and dyeing. By integrating skill development with women's empowerment, reviving eco-friendly practices, and strong market linkages, the efforts over the years have led to a sizable number of women painters, among whom some have emerged as entrepreneurs. Breaking free from the cycle of debt to earn a steady income, crossing the boundaries of the caste system and community barriers. Creating inventories, documenting, and disseminating knowledge is recognized as one of the pillars for safeguarding ICH. forming as it does the base on which communities and societies can build futures, retain memories, develop contexts, and revitalize cultures. A gap of information on ICH and its practitioners is a form of deprivation, when despite the value of ICH being recognized worldwide, this remains one of the factors that endangers its very existence. An initiative of the organization I work with, the Craft Revival Trust, has built an information and knowledge infrastructure to introduce systematic and significant windows of opportunities for practitioners and others who form part of the ecosystem of ICH. With the initial assistance of UNESCO and generous help from the practitioners and the wider community, CRT worked towards reaching out to the largest numbers using digital technology. It currently has 3 online resources. The first is an encyclopedia, Asia Inch. At present, it has information on 8 South Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Maldives, and Pakistan. Over 2,500 living and endangered crafts and their practitioners are listed. Directories of collections, innovations, an extensive bibliography, and an expanding glossary are part of the format. The second is India Inch, a directory listing giving direct access to over 70,000 practitioners across India. While Global Inch is an online journal of essays, reasoned debate, and discussion, making accessible writings on ICH that readers can draw on. Their scope remains broad and inclusive, and they are acknowledged for their gravitas and reach. It is now one of the widest sources of information of its kind worldwide, and all 3 continue to be a work in progress. Rajasthan, one of India's culturally rich states, has an ancient oral intangible heritage. A community initiative led by an NGO, supported by local government, introduced a program showcasing the heritage to audiences in Jaipur, the capital city of Rajasthan. Its outcomes have been multifold, from expanded livelihood opportunities, an enhanced profile, increased recognition of practitioners, and a raised perceived value of their ICH form within and outside their communities. The festival annually generated more than $5 million of free publicity for the ICH of the state. The initiative spawned other festivals across India, and in 2006, the Jaipur Heritage International Festival became the first city festival in India to receive endorsement from UNESCO as a people's platform for creativity and sustainable development. The Wildlife Act, enacted in 1972 in India, made it a cognizable offense to possess a protected species. This endangered the existence of the saperas, India's fabled snake charmer community that had from time immemorial lived and worked with snakes. The community was now subject to prosecution for plying their trade, and it seemed that their only livelihood option would be to work as daily wagers. It thus became imperative to safeguard and sustain their tradition and their heritage. Through community participation, involvement of a number of NGOs and wildlife experts, measures to provide alternate livelihood were introduced. These included their inclusion as snake rescuers, where they help remove venomous and other snakes from city gardens, village homes, and fields to return them to the wild, enrolling them as snake identifiers and on snake lore, and in certain cases as snake doctors. One initiative by Friends of Snake and the Craft Revival Trust was to work with them to enable them to continue to perform albeit now without their snakes. Working with the Joginath clan of snake charmers from Rajasthan, the work culminated in a concert titled 100 Charmers, held at New Delhi. It was attended by over 600 people, including the Chief Minister. It was very well received. Following the concert, the snake charmers have since been offered space at musical concerts and festivals. They have also been approached by a leading music company for recording an album. In 2003, with the enactment of the Geographic Indication Act, legal measures that protected the intellectual property of craft communities and the potential economic benefit arising from their creation were put into place by the Government of India. Though commonly given to natural, agricultural, and manufactured goods that are attributable to a geographic origin, the GI tag was considered to be an effective marketing tool to protect goods deriving from local cultural traditions. Out of the GIs that have been granted to date in India, a little over 60% of the total are in the area of heritage art, crafts, and textiles. This is expected to bring much needed legal protection to community knowledge. I want to stop sharing screen. Okay. I have attempted in this brief overview to underline how ICH has contributed to SDG goals of gender equity, reduction in poverty, decent work, economic growth, responsible production, sustainable cities and communities, all achieved through building partnerships. Yet the list of what more needs to be done in a vast country like India is endless. But if I was asked to pinpoint just one policy measure to ensure continuity of ICH and its sustainability, my ask would be for reliable data. Data on the number of practitioners and their contribution to GDP. We are all aware that what is not counted does not count. Robust data is the first prerequisite for effective policy making, particularly in the current paradigm-altering world we face. ICH is an invaluable resource for development, and I and many others regard it as a crucial 18th transversal cross-cutting pillar for achieving the 2030 UN goals for sustainable development. So while we continue to work in this imperfect world, we need also to build partnerships across the globe. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one step towards that. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. We have time for a question or two. We already have one question from William Crawley, which I'll read out, but if anyone would like to ask another question, please write out now via chat. So William Crawley asks, to what extent does India provide resources to promote common ICH with neighboring countries, e.g. Pakistan sites of Harappan culture, or with Sri Lanka, evidence of prehistoric trade between the Malabar coast and Sri Lanka?
Well, very interesting question. Very politically sensitive. Mm-hmm. But let me add here that irrespective of politics, humans continue across borders to carry on conversations. So I will start with Sri Lanka first. Across our universities, and I know for a fact across Sri Lankan universities, there is constant exchange of information, and there are MOUs that are signed between the two governments to ensure that this continues. But really, it is far more people-driven within the SAARC region. Regarding Pakistan, things are more difficult because we have a fraught border. We have many issues with each other. So I cannot comment on, I know that we are working on this side of our border on the civilizations that fall, ancient civilizations and archaeology. That is not within my scope of knowledge. So it would be wrong for me to comment on it. But I do know that we have a lot of interchange with Sri Lanka. And in fact, there are several people who are listening in with whom I have worked in the past who are from Sri Lanka and the universities there. So I think I was muted for a bit.
Yeah, I just very briefly. Still time to ask more questions. Can I put a question myself? I mean, again, it relates to the two previous speakers. And what has been the impact of the COVID crisis on intangible cultural heritage and cultural practices in India?
Well, quite devastating. And I think Nanda Deva explained it very well. And the same applies to India as far as rituals are concerned. We are not allowed to gather, not more than 5 people. There are containment zones across the country. We are in the middle of the COVID-19 crisis. For crafts, for rituals, of course, there is no movement at all. No performances happening, obviously. And even if they do happen, because we in India are, we have a very large internet footprint, so things can happen on smartphones because many people now have very reasonably priced smartphones, but there is no earning, no exhibitions for craftspeople. Till about a month back, we were completely locked down. There were no courier services available. So it is a frightening situation. And many organizations across the country and the government is working towards relief. At the moment, we are in the phase of relief, not yet rehabilitation or resurrection or reinvention. We are still in the relief state. So it's just a very difficult situation.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your presentation. What I'm going to do, since there aren't any more questions over chat right now, I'm going to move to our final speaker, and then hopefully we might have a few minutes at the end for questions that draw the presentations together, which would be a really nice thing to do. But before that, our final speaker is Professor Clarissa Wirker from the University of Bayreuth in Germany. Clarissa is speaking about Swahili manuscript cultures and oral traditions. She's professor of literatures and African languages and an expert in Swahili poetry, manuscript cultures. She's been working on traveling texts in East Africa, both in the Anglophone Kenya and Tanzania and Lusophone Mozambique. It's great to have you here, Clarissa, and over to you.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Perfect.
Great.
Yeah, well, thanks, first of all, Shihan, and thanks for this wonderful invitation to contribute to this Zoom meeting. Probably I should start with a confession. I'm really not an expert of tangible or intangible heritage, although I've worked quite a bit on manuscript traditions in mostly Kenya, then later Tanzania and Mozambique, and this mainly also informs my presentation. And I've mostly worked on the text and edited text. So I'm very eager, and I've learned a lot already this morning. I just wanted to bring in my perspective a bit. But I want to start with somebody else's perspective, and that's the one by a renowned poet, Mahmud Mao from northern Kenya, who published a poem which is called Kiswahili in 2013. And he says, "I'm wary of staying silent, for how much longer am I to remain dumb? My own children avoid me, though I long to see them, and those who remain to embrace me are not my own, but the offsprings of others. What have I done to you? Why do you wage war on me? So the one speaking here is not the poet, but the first person narrator here is the language, Kiswahili, which laments actually that the children, that is the mother tongue speakers of Swahili, do not take any interest in it anymore. And the poem continues. I'm just giving you the first stanza. The language also laments particularly that the speakers do not take any interest anymore in its poetic tradition and in its manuscript tradition in Arabic script. On the lower part of the slide, you see as well the poem in the handwriting of Mahmud Mao, that is Swahili in Arabic script, which is his normal writing style. So for all important communication and his composition of poetry, he writes in Arabic script, although nowadays, and on the left-hand side, basically you also see a transliteration of it or transcription of it. And nowadays he has become something like an exception because there are lesser and lesser people who use Arabic script for writing poetry or anything else. And there are lesser and lesser people who are also able to read Swahili poems in Arabic script. There is certainly also a problem of manuscripts getting lost. So older manuscripts of Swahili in Arabic script are reported to be stolen or sold or also simply wasted away by the weather. But the other thing is also, and that's the thing I want to focus on today, is also that the knowledge of how to read them, how to use them, how to make sense of them is increasingly getting lost. And that's what the poem actually speaks about. Writing Swahili in Arabic script at the Kenyan coast and all along the East African coast has a long tradition. So here you see the Lamu archipelago where Mahmud Mao comes from, which was historically an important seat of manuscript production. But basically on the left-hand side of the slide, I wanted to show you a bit where we are. So the East African coast, all along from Mogadishu, what is now Somalia, to the historical Sofala, that is now Mozambique. That's the East African coast where Swahili since the first millennium was a spoken language and which has a long tradition of Islam on the one hand, and Islam also brought Arabic as a language, but also as a script used to write other languages. Before actually writing on paper, Swahili was rather used on coins, or Swahili in Arabic script, and also Arabic was used on coins and also tombstones. This is just to give you an impression. And then, particularly in the 18th and 19th century, a lot of Swahili poetry was translated or rather adapted from Arabic and written down increasingly on paper. So these are just a few numbers. The context, however, is a quite important and interesting one. It's a local and intellectual elite of Islamic scholars, mostly of Hadrami origin, so southern Yemen, who were well trained in Arabic and who had studied all over the Middle East. And they started to translate important Arabic poetry into Swahili, finding new prosody and new ways of writing as well for it, with the intention actually to foster Swahili as a written language of learning, because their idea was basically to pass on Islamic ideals and doctrines and new forms of piety also to a broader public not conversant fully in Arabic. So a vernacular kind of literacy started to flourish, and Swahili manuscript production in Arabic script, mostly containing poetry, which is also very important, became also a marker of coastal Swahili identity. So a coastal Swahili in the 18th and 19th century, also in the 20s, and still also in the 21st century, takes a lot of pride in writing poetry in Swahili. I just listed some of the poems. I can't talk about all of them. The first on the list is the Utendi wa Tambuka, that, for instance, narrates the battle of a rather legendary battle between the Prophet Muhammad, against the Byzantinians, during the Prophet's lifetime, so an early one. And it took on some very legendary features. The story, so to say, grew bigger and bigger, and the Swahili version of it, there are many versions of it in many different languages globally. And the Swahili versions is one of the earliest one, which was written down in a manuscript in 1728. The utendi, that's a kind of a name that recurs here on the slide, is a genre that, differently from other genres at the time, what was particularly linked to writing. The second one on the list is the utendi wa katirefu, and the utendi wa katirefu itself. So here you see kind of a snapshot of a manuscript. And then the utendi wa katirefu itself also makes reference to writing materials. So in the first stanzas, you have reference to a stylus, you have Syrian paper, a scribing board, which was used to kind of write the verses in perfect lines, parallel lines, where a scribing board was chosen and cords of woven silk would make sure that scribe would stick to the lines. Then you have mica sand, which was found on the neighboring island Pate, was used to kind of dry off the ink. And black ink as well as red ink were also locally produced at that time. So the poem, in a sense, starts with a reference to the writing culture and a material culture of manuscript writing. Here on the left as well, there is more to it. On the left, what I'm showing you, the kind of the ruined part of a house. These were niches where important books and manuscripts were kept. And these niches still exist in some houses, but are mostly also found in ruined houses today. Now, continuing, so to say, thinking about the material culture of writing, on the left-hand side, you see a box. The style has some Portuguese influence in there as well, which was used to keep ink. And on the right-hand side, you find the remains of a leather cover, because also the Lamo archipelago at that time was very well known for producing leather covers, particularly for very pricey and important Quran and Quran handwritten copies. And this art of the crafting of leather bindings, as well as the idea how to produce ink, so to say, this kind of knowledge is already lost. So there is no leather cover production at the moment, nor is there ink that is being locally produced. So already in the 20th century, people stick to industrially produced ink and important ink at that time. But not only that, I mean, not only the material culture is kind of increasingly getting lost, also the specific knowledge of and conventions of how to put then poetry on a page. So on the right-hand side, the utendi wa hojaji that you see here, which is taken from the archives of the School of Oriental and African Studies in London. So here, even if you don't know Arabic and you don't have any clue about Swahili, you see by the symmetrical arrangements of the columns and the lines, you can already guess that this is a poem. And there is a considerable idea or a considerable effort went into how to reproduce a poetic line, a prosodic line on paper. The utendi, which is the genre here I'm talking about on the right-hand side, is a poem that, as you saw already in the last example, very much lives on paper and in written form. And that becomes particularly obvious, or well, this kind of particularity becomes obvious if one compares it to other genres. And on the left-hand side, you see another genre, the utumbuizo, where you can see, just with a very superficial look, you can see this is also poetry, but dance poetry. And here, obviously, the scribe did not put so much effort into translating sound into signs. So we don't have prosodic units are not neatly set apart. We almost get the impression that this is a prose text. There are some kind of caesura, some line breaks. You see 3 dots or inverted hearts at the end of some lines, but this is done in a very inconsistent kind of way. And also, if you look at another example of an utumbuizo, this is the utumbuizo wa thiki, written down in the 19th century, but much older. Here you also see that it's rather hastily written, almost like scribbled notes, and rather meant to support an oral performance, like an aide-memoire, helping the memory of the performer. But in no way, so to say, this written version gives us the full picture of the poem. And here we clearly get the idea that the performance was much more important and much bigger, and the paper can merely, so to say, convey a very shady idea to us. The utumbuizo, now I've given you the second example here is by far the oldest Swahili genre, which we have evidence of and which is no longer composed nowadays. Most of the works of this genre have survived, and in manuscripts with a very archaic and old language, the dating of the text is very difficult because there is a considerable gap between the origin of the text, when the text came into being, and when they were written down. So most of them were written down in the 19th century, like this one. And this is a poem attributed to a famous master poet and also a hero, Fumo Liyongo, who presumably lived between the 15th and 16th century. And there are a lot of oral traditions also about him. So you see that the time gap between, so to say, the oral tradition, much longer time depth, and the time it was written down. And written down, as you see as well, in a very hasty way. Thus opposed, so to say, to the authentic genre, which was written from the onset in manuscripts in Arabic script, although also meant for recitation, writing played an important role. The Utumbuize was essentially an oral tradition for a long time. And you can also see the oral character in the poetry as such, or in the poems, for instance, in the next one I'm going to show you. So if you just look at the beginning of the poem, let me dance. So this is Fumo Liyongo, the master poet, speaking. Let me dance with Mbwasho and Kundazi. Strike for me the horns, the long drums, and the cymbals. So here reference to musical instruments, not to writing. Strike, you who owe a debt. A debt, Okikoa was a particular kind of debt system. So that I may remember my cousin. Where is the mighty lion? He is like an inveterate wanderer. What I'm trying to show you, and I'm not going to go into details here with the colors, is that the line break, so what you have as prosodic lines here, you can see that in the Swahili part, is not at all reflected in the Arabic script. So for instance, you have a lot of, so here for instance, this is one prosodic line all in red. So this is, so to say, one line in red, but there is a line break occurring, or there is a prosodic break occurring, which is not reflected in the Arabic script. So again, just to stress the point, again, the manuscript was definitely not meant to kind of really reflect the prosody or the rhyme pattern, so to say, used in the poems, which was also not needed at the time, as we can guess, because people obviously knew how to perform the poems, how to dance to them, where to have line breaks, where to have prosodic breaks, and how to sing them. It's just that we don't have much evidence of it now. We vaguely have an idea that the poems were not only meant to be sung, but also were part of dances. So in Mombasa, there is still a New Year's ritual where to some extent some of these dances still occur, but we still do not get a clear idea how they were danced, or which kind of rhythm was, or which kind of, so to say, steps, who also danced, and so on. So there are a number of things we really can't know. And still, as I'm trying to, and this is the point I'm trying to stress here, and still we can, even just looking at the manuscripts, we can get an idea that this is really oral poetry by the very nature of, so to say, the writing here. So as I was already referring to the inconsistent line breaks, which I try to, well, I could explain you the coloring much more. Well, I mean, ask me about it. I can go into details if you want to. Then we also have the metrical lines which do not correspond to manuscript lines, and often the very fragmentary nature of texts where you feel like, okay, there is a long part of the text missing that was obviously part of people's memory, and there was no need of actually writing the whole text down. And what we have here is rather like a snapshot or some kind of fragmentary note of the text. And this is, so to say, the kind of the traces here we can find of the poem's orality. There is another text tradition that I worked on together with a whole group. That is dance poetry from the early 19th century. Well, also coming from the early 19th century and probably written down in the 20th century. And we've been, together with a whole group of scholars, we've been trying to translate some of this poetry, which has become, or is a real challenge, because as well, also for this poetry, we often rather have a vague idea of what the poems talk about. They're very enigmatic, make a lot of reference to context, and we lack the context. We do not know much about the context the poems refer to, nor do we know much about the practices of dancing and composing. We know there was a tradition of verbal dueling, and this is just to show you one example. A very prominent poem that has also been discussed in the literature to some extent, that is attributed to the political leader of the island of Lamu. Lamu had a democratic republican system for many centuries. So this is Bwana Zaidi Mgumi, and he exchanged poetry with his rivals in Mombasa as well as on Pate before they would also meet on the battlefield. So there were also some battles going on, but very importantly, the oral and the verbal part always played a role. So here you have what you see here on the slide is Bwana Zaidi Mgumi is calling on his fellow Lamu men to gather for a dance where they can reach an agreement and also to band together to fight the common enemy, here the enemy from Pate. So here in the first stanza, you see, go with Azizi and Asha Hamadi, proclaim to the master poets, anyone who comes should say Hodi, so should knock at the door. I think we could translate it in this way. We have closed the doors. We have bolted the doors and put locks to block the way, so those outside wonder and ask what is inside. So the first stanza is kind of sending the message, we are ready to fight. We are, so to say, we fortified Lamu, we've bolted the doors, come and try. And then the second stanza invites for the dance. It's like a wind instrument when the messenger blows it forcefully. Your clapping beautiful women should accompany the horns. Let us stay awake the whole night so everyone may speak out frankly. So there is the idea of exchanging opinions in verse. Let us not speak in riddles, nor hold back our thoughts. So the dance, in a sense, and exchanging poetry was an important part to prepare for battle, as well as, so to say, to reach a consensus on what to do. On the left-hand side, you find one of the manuscripts, there are many, which was written down at the beginning of the 20th century by an important scribe who mostly worked for a lot of European scholars. That's also why you find it written in a very clear manner, so that some European scholars who were interested in Swahili at that time were also able to read the poetry. So you see the difference between the scribbled notes and this one. The poem has been memorized and written down many times and again, and it's also still part of an oral tradition. And this also looks very technical, this table. It's just meant to kind of show you, give you a sense of the variability. So here we have in the first column, so these are the stanzas in the first column, which says verse, and then you have different manuscripts. These are just the abbreviations of different manuscripts. And then you have corresponding stanzas, or so to say, also if you see here a gap, there is no stanza corresponding, so to say, in this manuscript in comparison to the others. And you also see, if you just now, so to say, stanza 4 corresponds to stanza 7 in another one, it's just trying to give you a sense of the variations which are possible, and that lines actually fluctuate also from one poem into the other, because also the kind of division between one poem and the other, here you find the next one even, is often not clear. So in some manuscripts, this would be treated as one poem. In others, these are two different traditions. This is not much of a surprise to many of you who also know a bit about the context of all cultures and performances, which anyway has to be kept fluid and where the text also takes shape on the spot and in the performance when the performer rearranges lines. And the compact nature of lines, and which are clearly defined, I mean, syntactically there is a rhyme, it's normally a semantic unit and a metrical unit, also makes it easy to kind of swap lines and change their order. And this is what poets obviously and performers did a lot. Also, in comparison to the Utendi, the Tumbuizo also do not really have a plot structure, which also makes it very easy to kind of change the order of stanzas. And often, as I said already, the boundaries of text are also not quite clear. And we can really see, quite typical for an oral tradition, that the poets and the performers rather relied on some formulaic lines which they could play with and could rearrange in every performance. Well, and this also shows us in a sense that, of course, or also proves in a sense as well, that what we see in the manuscript is, of course, only of a secondary nature, because text, so to say, never reaches an end or a final version, nor does it ever have a kind of origin, because the collocation of lines can kind of vary every time the poem is being performed, and lines easily end up in new constellations. Authorship is also very variable, and for most poems, there is no authorship actually even being claimed. And this is, so to say, what I'm trying to say is that the oral nature of the poems is also reflected in, so to say, the nature of the Swahili manuscripts, so that looking at the manuscripts, we can still get an idea of probably, well, a shady idea, but we can still get an idea to some extent of the practices behind. In this sense, also Swahili manuscripts in general are treated often very differently compared to the carefully adorned Arabic books and manuscripts from the coast. So on the left-hand side, you find a very valuable Quran with commentary from the island of Lamu. And on the right-hand side, you find again, so to say, a kind of a scribbled manuscript of Swahili love poetry. And even, so to say, just looking at these manuscripts, just looking at the surface of them, you can see that the Arabic manuscript clearly, so to say, there is an idea of literacy, the idea of the sacred text that you can also see conveyed in form. The Arabic text is also essentially a written text. Of course, it's also performed, but the writtenness also plays an important role, and books can even heal. So manuscripts have a lot of power. And the Swahili texts, on the other hand, which are also sometimes used for healing, but here you can see that the oral tradition plays a much bigger role, and the reader needs a lot of prior knowledge to also even be able to understand the notes. And the manuscripts are, in a sense, never meant to stand on their own and to be self-contained. Well, to conclude, the main aim of my paper was to hint at the intangible heritage, so the knowledge about the texts and their use and the performances, which are often only retrievable through some kind of textual archaeology, if you want. And this can, of course, however, also can be more important, or is also as important as the tangible heritage, that is the manuscripts, because just looking at the Swahili manuscripts is not enough. Definitely, there is this whole era of practices, this whole sphere of practices, which gets out of view if we just look at the manuscripts. Furthermore, the manuscripts, as I tried to show you, the tangible heritage can also mean a lot of different things. So writing is not a straightforward process, but can take different roles and have different functions. On the one hand, it can be strongly linked with the very idea of the poem. So we saw that in the case of the Utensi, where prosodic features also become visual features of the script. But on the other hand, writing can be so entangled with orality that the question of what a text is, what the manuscript is, where it starts and ends, becomes very difficult to answer. And reading also shades easily into memorization or also into recitation. In the latter context, each version of the text is just a temporary constellation of parts which recur in different arrangement in the next manuscripts and performance. And so origins of the original text, or sometimes also, so to say, the nature of the manuscript, become very elusive in this context. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Clarissa. Okay, so I've got a couple of questions here. One from Shihan, and Shihan asks, has the tradition of verbal dueling influenced the Portuguese tradition of canto a desafio or cantoria, which is also a form of challenge songs?
Well, this is an interesting question. I think I have to admit I don't know, but I doubt it, because there are so many traditions of verbal dueling all over the world. That and East Africa, not only at the coast, there are a lot of traditional forms of verbal dueling and exchange. So I think it would be kind of very difficult to prove that, unless one finds very, very specific features. I mean, there's also a huge Scottish tradition of verbal dueling, or Greek traditions, and to kind of, so to say, see the Portuguese tradition linked to the East African one. Well, one should have a look at the details. I think one need to. I would doubt it, but definitely it would be interesting to compare.
Josephine Ojiambo asks, have you reflected on the assimilation of Kiswahili into the Bantu language and culture?
Yeah, this is a difficult question, because Swahili has often been treated in the literature as a variety of Arabic, but in fact it is a Bantu language, and it has, so to say, it is clearly Bantu in terms of its structure, most of its vocabulary, and it has some influence from Arabic, but that is not more than English actually has from Old French, if you want, or Latin. So in a sense, so to say, Swahili is part of a Bantu culture and the Bantu language as well. And many of these oral traditions, one can clearly see the links as well and the similarities with a lot of verbal traditions also on the mainland, even the topics. And I think, well, I think it would help actually to compare as well. We do not have much evidence for this the historical practices of verbal dueling, but looking at verbal dueling practices on the mainland would probably help to give us some more evidence on how, so to say, verbal dueling practices could have probably looked like at the coast prior to the 18th century.
I mean, there's a question that leads on from that, which I was thinking about, which is the way in which the post-colonial states of East Africa have incorporated these traditions in their, if you like, national histories. Mm-hmm. And how easily does that fit? What attempts have been made to, I suppose, to present these traditions in national museums and national syllabus? And has that affected the willingness of governments to put resources into the present preservation mm-hmm. of some of those traditions?
Yeah, this is a difficult question. I mean, Kenya has made far less of an effort to protect, so to say, or to make the dueling culture part of a national culture. I think Tanzania would be a better example where a lot of this has been done. And as well, I think it's a double-edged sword, because it has also changed a lot of, so to say, these traditions a lot. And also left, so to say, those people originally performing some of these performances, also being very critical towards the national kind of appropriation of these practices, actually. For the Kenyan, in the Kenyan context, what is interesting is that the coast has a very difficult position in, so to say, the present nation state of Kenya, being a Muslim, so to say, coast, and feeling very much as an outsider in the Kenyan context of the nation state. And that, on the one hand, so that the state has made some effort, or also is very ambivalent, so to say, towards the coastal culture, because on the one hand, of course, it attracts tourism to some extent, but on the other, and that, so to say, also led to investments in museums, and it has helped to some extent. But on the other hand, the state is also often very reluctant to promote coastal culture, or only to some extent. And then I was actually asking the previous speaker about, also there is an aspect of commodification that comes in as well, by, so to say, the state, for instance, investing into a Lamu festival, where displaying manuscripts and some of these performances play an important role, but there is, so to say, a huge aspect of economy and commodification coming in, which also leaves a lot of people on the island not very satisfied with, so to say, these processes.
Yeah, and there was a question from Judy Aldrich, which we too might want to comment on, which is whether sort of India has sort of extended, says, has the ICH of India any plans to extend its activities to the coast of East Africa, as there are strong historical influences there? Ritu, you're still muted. You just got to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, there is a great deal of scholarship now going on what the trade routes were, where migratory routes were. And while they draw inferences on the influence of one culture over the other, it is not something that the government is so involved with. It is really universities and scholars and NGOs that are looking into those areas. So I'm sure the Ministry of External Affairs, which is represented there in their embassies, is looking at these things and building cross-cultural relations, but not that much. There was a conference a month ago on trade routes with Africa and exchange of material goods and ICH, but that was sponsored by the government, but that's not that frequent. I think government has lots of other things on its hand, but this is becoming an area, like I said, of individual exchange, university exchange, NGO exchange, and other such things. But to answer Clarissa's question on commodification, it is a big problem. I just don't know, when we talk about India, it's so vast that one can never say one thing about it without 10 people saying it's completely wrong, because there's so many things happening and so many layers of complexity. But yes, there are two big problems. One is commodification and its complete removal from its actual purpose that it served. And therefore, when it is even made available, a god can be used as a paperweight or as, in a completely inappropriate place, which would affect people who are involved with the making. And the other thing I find is also a miniaturization. There's little things that you get as keychains, which just reduce the whole history and the whole geography to a little miniature for tourists to be able to carry wherever. But having said that, there are livelihoods involved. You cannot interfere. It is the community's ICH. You can have discussions and thought and processes, but you cannot be a dictator. It is up to them. But the worry is the faking and the copying from outside that is sold as, at tourist sites, which has nothing to do with the community of makers. So it's, I think, another seminar, another full-day webinar.
Well, I'm sure we can arrange that. We've come to the end of our first panel. 4 incredibly rich and fascinating papers. Thank you all very, very much. My colleague Mandy Banton is going to be chairing the second session, but we're going to have about 10 minutes break. So we'll resume in about 10 minutes, which will be 11:40 British Summer Time. But just again, thank you all so much for your wonderful presentations. Okay, great.
Okay, well, let us start. So, hello everyone. Welcome, or welcome back if you were with us earlier. I'm Mandy Banton. I'm a senior research fellow in the Institute of Commonwealth Studies, and I'm chairing this session. First, a housekeeping point. If you have any questions, please type them into the chat facility, and we will take questions after each speaker. This session focuses on Africa, or on the African diaspora, and thus follows on nicely from the last presentation on Swahili culture and traditions. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, and I must apologise in advance if I'm going to mangle the pronunciation of your name, but Mr. Chapane Mutiua, is that right?
Yes,
or something like?
Yeah, that's it.
Chapane is an assistant researcher at the Centre for African Studies at the University Eduardo Mondlane in Maputo, Mozambique. He has studied history there and at the University of Cape Town, and is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Hamburg. He's going to speak today on a dilemma in safeguarding intangible cultural heritage in northern Mozambique. Thank you, Chapane.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Thank you very much, Shihan, for inviting me to this interesting conference. Yes, I will try to share some reflections on the dilemma on safeguarding some intangible cultural heritage in northern Mozambique. Specifically, I will be talking on Omba, or Kuomba, or Kulomba, and Majini. As the structure of my presentation, I will try to make an introduction of Mozambique in a regional context with the focus on the Indian Ocean. And I will then explain why I chose Omba and Majini for this presentation. And then I will try to make an approach on the social and religious context of both Omba and Majini, and including the religious dimensions. And then I will conclude approaching on how the current conflict with the new Wahhabi ulama in northern Mozambique and some view on the discourse of modernity of the new post-colonial state in Mozambique challenge the safeguarding of the two phenomena. Well, here we have a map of Africa, and we can see Mozambique in green in Southern Africa in the so-called Channel of Mozambique. And this map, I show how Mozambique is part of the Western Indian Ocean. And this is very important because for long, Mozambique served as a bridge between the Indian Ocean, the Western Indian Ocean world, to the hinterland of both Southern, Central, and East Africa. And the puzzle, the cultural puzzle that we find currently in Mozambique, and specifically in northern Mozambique, is comes from this complex interconnection between Indian Ocean and Bantu cultures, which are spread in Southern and Central Africa. And it's also important to mention that Mozambique was for long part of East Africa, although politically now is part of Southern Africa, but it was part of East Africa since the first appearance of Portuguese, or even before, because Mozambique was part of all this connection of trade and cultural networks of the Indian Ocean. And the first publication by the Portuguese of Father João de Sousa, for instance, Ethiopia, Eastern Ethiopia, included Mozambique. It was from the Somalia to the Cape, and Mozambique was included, so it was part of East Africa. And now, and after colonial period, in post-colonial period, Mozambique became part of Southern Africa, so it was separated from the East Africa, but the cultural networks, specifically between northern Mozambique and the rest of East Africa, continues up to current days. Well, I'll be speaking specifically on northern Mozambique, and we have here on this map these true provinces, Niassa, Cabo Delgado, and Nampula. But from this, I'll be talking specifically on the coast of these two provinces, Nampula and Cabo Delgado, on my right, in oval highlight. So Why Omba and Majini? Because Omba and Majini are among the most neglected intangible cultural heritage in Mozambique. And in academic research, Majini were studied only by Daria Trentini, at least as far as I know, in 2016A and 2016B, with focus on religious entanglement of the phenomenon, historiographic role, gender relationship, and identity issues. But in the context of East Africa, we have more research on Majini by Giles, 1995 and 1987, Alpas, 1984, Lamberg, 1988, to cite some. The topics on these studies on East Africa concern social change, historiography, identity, and gender relations. Historiography and identity were also approached by Vail, Leroy, and Lanka Wide in the context of Vimbuza or Tumbuka spirit possession in Malawi and, let's say, northern Malawi and southern Zambia on the Piri region. Probably it's important here because I make mention of spirit possession, that Majini is this kind of, is also called spirit possession, is kind of spirit possession. So Omba, as far as I know, has never attracted academic attention, at least in northern Mozambique, but the phenomenon can be integrated in some rituals studied somewhere in East Africa, in southern Mozambique, has ancestor schools, and they are included in what's called family cults, but also state cults in pre-colonial and even in some post-colonial family cults. The two phenomena are highly marginalized in northern Mozambique society. Majini still resists, even though, but Omba has disappeared from the public sphere, existing only in private, Omba and Zinguo for private purpose. This situation is due to the new debates on Islamic correctness, orthodox, preached by the new Wahhabi ulama, but also influenced by the current discourse on modernity since the post-colonial period. Even though the references above highlight the important social role of both phenomenon, Omba and Majini, for the societies of northern Mozambique, but also in East Africa and somewhere in Southern Africa. Omba or Lomba. Omba in the Swahili context or in Swahili language. Lomba in Ekoti and Emakwa of northern Mozambique is a kind of ritual of intersection to the ancestors and gods. The ritual is held normally publicly, but also privately, if there is imminence of calamity that is revealed through divination or other symbolic signals such as lunar and solar eclipse. The last public Omba I can mention in Angosh as an example was in 1986, public Omba, 1986, when there was a lunar eclipse, and the biggest walimu in Angosh, Mwini Shehe Libelela, in his divination said in Ekoti that Mfalume Enamela Liguta, meaning that the big ruler was kneeling, was his, let's say, his head on his knees. So this saying in Angosh means that there is a big problem in the whole state. There was a big Omba which included Zinguo, a ritual that includes prayers, in all community, the drinking of kombe, Quranic verses diluted, written and diluted into water, given to everyone, and the eating of kafara, a kind of mixture of food, of cereals and meat, given to everyone. And this ceremony was held in the mosques. And in this year, in 1986, in October, the then president of República Popular de Mozambique, Samora Moises Machel, died in an air crash in Mozambique. The matter is not whether this is true, I believe or I don't believe. The matter is that this was part of this cognitive infrastructure of these societies and was important for a kind of or renewal of social order and renewal of social hope. Today, because Omba has disappeared in the public sphere, when there is a kind of a new challenge of public health and social problems, people rely on different rituals which are compared to Omba, but they are different. As I said, Omba was often held in the mosques. Today, people rely on rituals which are not held on the mosque, and they bring a new challenge between those people from the mosque, the sheikhs, the ulamas, and the old people. Here we have an example. I hope it can play. Well, this is called the Watu-Wapia. Is one of the last phenomenon I saw in Cap Delgado, in the coast of Cap Delgado. Before this phenomenon, there was another phenomenon called the Naparama, and then Pergunta Bang, which was a kind in a kind of snowball. Was held in all coastal areas of Mozambique, trying to do a kind of social heal, coming from village to village. And this phenomenon, they normally look for witchcraft, witches and witchcraft, and they condemn normally old people, and they promise the healing of society and the economic revival in the communities. This is a kind of response to the lack of providing economic response to the people by the state, but also of the lack of natural resources in the society. In this context, Watu-Wapia were called because in the coast of Cap Delgado there was a lack of fish in the sea. There was a drought, and there was a kind of conflict between communities and the political rulers in that period in 2013, 2014. I think these problems continued and have evolved in what is now the insurgents. This is just a thinking. I have no, I don't have evidences to connect directly this phenomenon to the insurgencies today, but what is the cause of insurgents was also the same problem that called these young people to do this kind of social healing in Cap Delgado. Majini or Mashaitwani. Majini are also held in coastal areas and also in the hinterland. We have Majini coming from hinterland. As I said before, spirit possession, Majini we can find in most of the Bantu culture, We can find in Malawi, in Zimbabwe, in Zambia, in Tanzania, in Mozambique, and even in South Africa. But they may take different names. They may have different kind of rituals. But my focus is in northern Mozambique and in the coast, where Majini are also combined with Islamic culture. As we can see on my left, there is a house of a master of Majini with two flags. The white flag is a component, it represents Islamic component, and the red flag represents the hinterland component. This is called Rohaniya. Rohaniya in the coast may not have the red one, which is a hinterland component, but it may include this hinterland component when we come to the hinterland area like Mogovola, Zonampula. The typology of Majini. Majini can be considered as good when they integrate the healing process, solidarity, and they have a religious component. And the bad ones, when they represent a kind of ghost. Here in the bad ones, I write Majini, but it should be said Jini because Majini is the plural. But in this sense, the bad ones are called Jini, Masheba, and Lipudwal. The good ones, we have Mashea, Rewa, Rohani, and Jarimani. This Majini may represent a kind of solidarity, may also represent prevention of environment, holy forests, ancient cemeteries, but both in the good and in the bad. But also they may represent social stratification in the context of state cults, and also Liputu and Mashepwa in Angosh, for instance. To give one example, Liputu is a kind of ghost created when a big ruler dies, and it is made resembling his voice, which is just a kind of joking friendship relationship in these societies. The religious dimension of Majini can be exemplified in this in the textual connection. Here we have an example of Nunu Amina Nampela, who holds a piece of Maulid al-Barazanj text, which is recited during the possession ritual in Rohaniya Majini. Although it is not a reading of the text, according to them, it's just holding the text while reading something else, because according to them, Rohaniya demands Islamic textuals. The religious dimensions, as I was saying, in both Omba and Majin include the connection to the local beliefs, prevention of natural disaster, and epidemic and pandemic disease, divination, healing, protection of environment, collective, both biological and social healing, social stratification and solidarity in the context of brotherhood, because Majini also developed in the context of brotherhood. And one example of this is that the master of Majin becomes a mother or a father, if male or female, and all those who were initiated by the same master, they become brothers and sisters, both in the context of Majin, of spirit possession, but also in a common social life. But also this phenomenon, they represent, they both represent a renewal or a process of renewal of social order in these communities. Concluding, both Majini and Omba are confronted by Wahhabi ulama, considered as bid'ah in northern Mozambique as innovation. According to them, they are not part of Islamic culture. They were integrated into Islamic culture as a process of innovation, unwanted innovation. But they are also being attacked by through the context of modern society, which also consider them retrograde rights, unwanted rights. This has started with policies of Frelimo ruling party in the context of earliest period of independence, considered as witchcraft and has retrograde and a danger for the new society they were planning to build in Mozambique. So due to these two challenges, Majini and Omba are endangered, and they have lost their social reproduction, and there is a growing stigma that is challenging both Majini and Omba. So in general, we are rejecting in Mozambique, the society is rejecting these two phenomena, and it is now difficult to preserve these two phenomena, which represent a local cognitive infrastructure, which, as I said before, were also important for the preservation of environment, natural environment, holy forests, mango trees, holy forests, all the cemeteries, which are now being attacked by everyone. In this context, I will conclude making a question. Probably in your comments, you can try to answer. We can try together to reply to this question. How can we protect this intangible cultural heritage if we are rejecting this cognitive heritage, which is part of our history and identity? Asante sana, muito obrigado. Thank you very much for listening and for your attention. I cannot hear.
I'm having problems. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's good. I was having problems unmuting, but thank you very much for that, Chapadi. That was fascinating. And it was particularly interesting to learn about the tensions between the traditional practices and modern life, whether political or environmental or religious. I think Philip was going to field questions. Is Philip there?
Yeah, I'm here. There's let me just get through. I noticed there was this new question coming up. Sorry. A question from Clarice. Is there any resistance by the state, by local community and Islamic leaders against the kind of Islamic fundamentalism objecting to Majini and Diamba?
Thank you very much, Clarissa, for this question. By local community, yes, because the community is a kind of divided. Some are still practicing this Majini and Lomba, although as I said in private sphere. But for the state, no, there is no resistance. And I think because we have this idea of laicity and of secularism of the state, so the state probably is trying not to interfere in this kind of discussion, because normally this kind of discussion is taken in the context of religious issues, of religious debate. And I think that's why the state is not taking part of this discussion, although, and that's why I consider this question very important. I think by not taking part of this discussion, it's also creating a kind of, is influencing what we could call freedom of religious practice, of ritual practice. And in this context, because there is a stigma of some religious practice by others. So this is how I could answer this question. Thank you so much again.
And there's a question from Josephine Ojiambo. She says, please reflect on Christianity and traditional practices. So what are the sort of Christian sects' attitudes been towards these traditional practices?
My focus was on Islamic influence region, but I can say a bit about what I know. For instance, in southern Mozambique, there is the same debate, but also very interesting debate, because if we're talking about Catholic Church, they condemn this kind of practice. But if we talk about Neo-Pentecostal and Pentecostal church in southern Mozambique and everywhere in Mozambique, there is a kind of integration of rituals such as Majini in their church rituals for healing, for divination, and for all this process. This is what I could say about this question by now. And thank you so much.
Mandy, maybe we should go. I mean,
yes, I think so. Thank you very much for that, Chapane. Our second speaker is Dr. Shihan Da Silva, the organizer of this event and my colleague in the Institute of Commonwealth Studies. Shihan is an expert on the African diaspora in Asia and has served on the UNESCO Slave Route project. She's a fellow of the Royal Asiatic Society. Today, Shihan is speaking on the topic of safeguarding Afro-Sri Lankan intangible cultural heritage. Thank you, Shihan.
Thank you, Mandy. I need to get my PowerPoint. I need to screen share.
Yes.
Yeah.
Screen share. Yes. And get my PowerPoint.
Yes, that's good. We can see.
Yes. Yep. Thank you, everyone, for listening. The diversity of Sri Lanka is a result of its location at the crossroads of the Indian Ocean. And Afro-descendants are a consequence of East-West commerce and colonization. The slave trade fueled the colonial machinery, and Africans served as soldiers, servants, and in many other tasks. 20 years ago, during my fieldwork for my doctorate on the Indo-Portuguese of Ceylon, which is called Sri Lanka Portuguese nowadays, I visited a village in the northwestern province of Sri Lanka near the town of Puttlam. The dwellings were typical of village houses with kajan roofing. The rhythm-driven music was gripping. Sri Lanka Portuguese became the mother tongue of Afro-Sri Lankans. Creole Portuguese was an international lingua franca of the island for most of the colonial era. 3 successive waves of Europeans swept the shores of Sri Lanka: the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the British. English replaced Portuguese as the new international lingua franca in the 19th century, and Sri Lanka Portuguese was predicted to become extinct about 100 years ago. Against all odds, Portuguese has survived in the lyrics of the chant-like songs called manjas. I have seen 4 generations perform, and Anna Micelia, whom you see here, died some years ago. Her daughter Emiliana is in her 80s and the only speaker of Sri Lanka Portuguese now in the village. Her daughter Shireen married her first cousin, and this is a rare occurrence now because most of them are out marrying. And their son, here you see, is Satsara in their compound. And now those mud huts were replaced by brick houses with asbestos roofing by an NGO. So this is a real community, 65 people living in 22 houses without any fences. According to their oral history, they were brought to Sri Lanka from Mozambique in 1817 by the British to help out in a war. And that date coincides with the Great Rebellion or Uva Wellassa War, the first uprising against British rule. My searches in the National Archives in Kew showed that Africans from Mozambique, Mumbai, Goa, and Diego Garcia were taken to Sri Lanka up to 1810, and that is after abolition of the transatlantic slave trade in 1807. As involuntary migrants, Afro-Sri Lankans couldn't carry any of their tangible belongings with them, but their strong cultural memories enabled polyrhythmic structures to be reproduced on local drums. But is it really possible to separate the intangible from the tangible? Manja performances give Afro-Sri Lankans a collective identity. As devout Roman Catholics, they attend Mass on Sunday mornings, and in the afternoon, they sing about their arrival to Sri Lanka, the sea, about Arabs, about African girls, and about African songs. The repertoire of their songs show variation. And Dr. Lucy Durran, an ethnomusicologist in the School of Oriental and African Studies, identified the music of Manyas as being from the Swahili coast when she visited Sri Lanka with the BBC World Roots program. The community's heritage surfaces through Manya, and Manja, the etymology of Manja could be spirits, because Ma is the plural marker and Jini means spirit. Their talents were first recognized publicly by a president of Sri Lanka, Ranasinghe Premadasa, and he awarded them certificates acknowledging their talents. Marie Jacinta, a member of the community, says that it was the turning point in enhancing their visibility. And now, turning to sustainable development, UNESCO's 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development addresses economic, social, and environmental issues through 17 Sustainable Development Goals as interdependent spheres of action that inform development pathways at all levels, respecting the 3 fundamental principles of human rights, equality, and sustainability. UNESCO considers culture as a fundamental enabler of sustainability, and the Convention for Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage recognize, and I quote, the importance of the intangible cultural heritage as a mainspring of cultural diversity and a guarantee of sustainable development. How does culture contribute to strengthening the livelihoods of the community though? The ratio of women to men is 2:1, and the probabilities of obtaining gainful employment are low. The men are mostly laborers, and the women work as domestics. Even though education is free to all citizens of Sri Lanka, and the level of literacy in the island is high, no one from this community has yet entered a university. As citizens of Sri Lanka, they are entitled to the same bundle of goods and services as all other Sri Lankan citizens. In 1999, Marie Jacinta of this community told the newspaper Sunday Leader, and I quote her in translation, which is what the newspaper had quoted, "Our poverty is our plight. We have no way of doing anything about it. Our culture is our song and dance. It is the only inheritance left behind by our forefathers. We owe this form of livelihood to our children. Please help us," unquote. They are living on the edge of poverty with no capacity to generate a continuous income. Windfall gains from performances are significant income generators. But there's an opportunity cost in public performances. Practices and performances involve giving up income from their jobs. Their performances are not valued on par with bands playing the popular forms of music, which we call baila and kafrina. How can intangible cultural heritage be sustained without commodification? Commodification is a double-edged sword. It enhances income, but distorts the emotional aspect of heritage. It alters the natural dynamism of heritage. And how can we empower intangible cultural heritage? As Dr. Tim Curtis, the secretary of the UNESCO 2003 convention, said at an interview with Richard Emblin, and I quote, "The ownership of the expression is not in the hands of the state, but the communities that practice it. It's the state, however, that makes a commitment that recognizes a community's right to practice its intangible heritage," unquote. So manjas are transmitted intergenerationally, and weekly practices include children. Outmarriage has never been prohibited in Sri Lanka, and migrant Africans intermarried with the local people. Officially, the child is accorded the father's ethnicity. So when the father is not of Afro descent, the children are not counted in the statistics as Afro descendants. Manjas give them a sense of identity with the past, their dark history linked to the slave trade. The Manjas have moved this community now from the margins, and they have been helped by an NGO called Seva Lanka with the costumes. A combination of homemade instruments and drums played by other communities in Sri Lanka form the ensemble. A glass bottle struck with a metal coin, 2 coconut shells beaten on a piece of wood, played by a female lead singer, 2 drums and a rabana, and that's the handheld drum. Singing begins slowly, and at the cry of machete, which is a stringed instrument similar to a cavaquinho or a ukulele, the singing stops. Then the dancing begins, and the music gets faster and faster, and Africa is created on Asian soil. They shout out, "Aria, Aria, hoi hoi, konjupo," as interjections. So the music ends abruptly and the dancing stops. The ethnographer, M.D. Raghavan, who visited this community in the 1950s, wrote that an instrument with a gourd and a single string was played. So he must have meant the malunga, which is played in Western India in Gujarat. And this instrument is also played in the Seychelles, Madagascar, and in Brazil. Unfortunately, this instrument isn't played now, and tied to this instrument is a piece of Afro-diasporic history. So the loss of instrument means to the community a loss of their heritage. Music and dance connect Afro-Sri Lankans to the diaspora and to Africa. So to enhance their visibility, I have suggested to the Seychelles Ministry of Culture that they be invited to perform at the annual Creole Festival held in Victoria, Mahe Island. And this spectacular parade includes dancers from Mauritius, Reunion, Rodrigues, South Africa, and the Seychelles. So it would be a good opportunity for them to connect with other cultures which are similar to them, with a similar history. So in concluding, I would like to say that intangible cultural heritage speaks the unspoken. Afro-Sri Lankan history and roots surface during performance. Manjas have enhanced the community's visibility and made them more inclusive, but they need to be empowered through capacity building. And connectivity at the local and global levels are important factors in the way forward. Thank you for listening. And finally, I want to play you a few minutes from one of my films so that you see a bit of a Manja performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shihan. That was lovely, and particularly interesting to see the portion of your film at the very end, and also to know about the links you are trying to create within the region with the Seychelles, for example. I wonder if I could ask Philip to field questions again.
Okay, there's a question on chat from Marilyn. Did Afro-Sri Lankans take any musical instruments with them from Mozambique?
Well, we are talking of several generations being born in Sri Lanka, and we are talking of people who were taken as slaves, so they couldn't take any tangible belongings with them. So no, they didn't take any music instruments like drums or flutes or anything like that. All they carried with them was their cultural memories and these rhythmic structures and melodic structures in this chant like manjas, which they reproduce.
Okay, thank you. There's Lena asked, do people know that asbestos roofs carry a risk of asbestos fibers if asbestos fibers are breathed in, if disturbed, if repairing them?
Yes, I think that's an interesting thing to explore in Sri Lanka, but there's a lot of houses with asbestos roofing. Yes.
And Clara asks, other than music and dance, did they take food culture with them and other social customs? Dance and music produce money, need to focus on other aspects too.
Yes, the only thing they told me was they cook rice with coconut milk. And that I've seen the Mozambicans in the diaspora here in England cooking in the same way. But I haven't known them to carry any other forms, but I need to do further work with them to find out what else they carried. But there's no jewelry, there's nothing with which they can hold on to Africa. And it's these songs which their grandparents passed down, which when I met them 20 years ago, they were very possessive about singing them in front of anybody. They didn't like to be recorded, but gradually over the years, due to their exposure to journalists and scholars, both international and national, and then getting onto the stage, they've changed their attitudes.
Okay, thank you. Well, that's all from the questions from chat. So maybe we should move on to the final speaker of our panel.
Yes, thank you very much, Philip. Our third and final speaker in this session is Dr. June Van Hutchison from the Centre for African Studies at the University of Cape Town. She is Interim Director of the newly established Khoi and San unit. June has worked widely in museums and heritage in South Africa and also here in the UK. She is co-author of the recently published book, Whose History Counts? Decolonizing African Pre-Colonial Historiography. She's talking to us today about research partnerships for intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development. Thank you very much, June.
Thank you, Mandy. So I can share my screen?
Yes, if you will.
Okay. Great. Oops. Oh, sorry. So, hello everybody, and that's what I would say, Mire. So I'm speaking to you in the language that was erased in this part of the world under colonialism, and the language my mother could speak, which was Khoi Kovap, which is now only spoken in Namibia. So I'm going to speak very practically about how we've tried to use praxis to inform theory at the Center for African Studies in decolonizing our approaches to knowledge, and to really look at how we were affected by the heritage spatiality of the University of Cape Town. Now, many of you are very familiar with South Africa's history, would be familiar with what the Cape would have looked like at the time of colonial encounter. Where the University of Cape Town is situated would be the area that looks like, the flat mountain, Table Mountain, now renamed Huri Twaga Mountain, rising out of the sea, as it was originally known by the indigenous people of this part of the world. And people are claiming that back. So the map of this part of the world through the erasure of knowledge and heritage, you see here, you see the Khoi Kovap words and names of places.
Sorry, June, we're not seeing your screen. Is that?
Oh, that's weird. Okay, let me
try bring it up again.
Okay, let me try and go back.
Yeah.
Oops. It's odd.
You should have you got the share screen in green at the bottom of your...
Yes, I had it and now it's vanished. How did that happen? Oh dear. That's strange. Did you see one of the first slides?
No, I haven't seen anything at all.
Oh my word. Okay, it looks like it's kicked me out of the meeting, but I can see you, but I can't. Okay, there we are. Right. So I'll share the screen. Right. Okay, so if I share screen, how does that happen?
I'm afraid I'm not technically minded at all, and I don't have any suggestions.
Because it's open on my screen.
Oh, okay. June,
it's open on my screen.
Would you like to try exiting and from the system? Then I bring
Maybe
you in and see.
Okay, let me exit. Yeah. Okay. Leave me.
Okay. And then we'll see if we can let June in, whether that will sort of reboot the system. So we're just waiting for June to come back in.
It was when I had a problem earlier and I had to leave the meeting and log back in again. It did take quite a few minutes.
Yes. It should find the link. Okay. Can I just while we're waiting for June to come in, Chandra, you had a question to Shihan. Would you like to put that question to Shihan? Yeah, you're focusing.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay. The question was that because there has been an influence of, in the previous paper, we saw the impact of Islamic culture in Mozambique and on the east coast of Africa as such. But when we say in the next one, when Shihan is presenting about presentation of music, dance, etc., I was wondering to what extent the anti-representational aspect of very conservative or Wahhabi Islam, which I'm sure would have influenced, whether there was any influence of that particular debate within the people or slaves, brought over, and whether there was any tension between the two aspects. That was one part of the question. The second part, which I mentioned, is what has been the impact of the Portuguese, because Portuguese Empire, the eastern part of it was based in Goa, and then they must have had some influence on the Indian Ocean side of the movement of the people. So there were two questions in one way, in the sense that these dances, to what extent do they represent a certain ideological or political or religious tension between representational aspects of music and dance on one hand, and also similarly to what extent the religious aspect of the emphasis that Portuguese colonialism placed in terms of converting into Christianity impacted this art form and the community as such. Thank you.
To me, it's a hybrid performance, the more and more I look at it. But this is something that they are quite unaware of, because so many generations have been born in Sri Lanka. So they are devout Roman Catholics, and there is no tension in them about any other religion, like Islam. But what they are carrying over is an Africa's religious practice, as you saw even in the previous paper, talking of Margini. So when they believe that they are from Mozambique, I'm not sure whether everybody in the community, with a lot of outmarried and with several other Africans living on the island in several places, even today, and them outmarrying as well, how homogeneous genetically this community is. But what it is obvious is that the origins are being pointed towards northern Mozambique. And that doesn't exclude them having come from Madagascar or South Africa or other places. And of course, Mozambique was a point which they were shipped, so they would have come from inside as well. So there's no tension. I see it as a syncretism, maybe, but quite unconsciously, and something like the Brazilian candomblé, where slaves managed to keep their African orishas worship together with worshipping practicing Catholicism and worshipping the slaves. So yes, and is that what you asked?
Yes, partly, because that's one of the things, one could see it as a syncretism, but syncretism has been under stress, particularly in the current climate post 9/11 and so on. So things which were seen as syncretism are now viewed in terms of practices that are not compatible with their religious heritage, so to speak. This you find in North Africa, for example, in places like Algeria. If you go to a souk, you would find that there is a short story which I wrote earlier. Like the hand of Fatima, which is supposed to be warding off evil, is quite something. It's a such thing which people wear, at a popular level, but is seen as un-Islamic practice. So what I'm saying is that whether that sort of a tension in terms of intangible heritage itself being redefined or questioned or modified in the context of current debates in diasporic communities as well as in migrant communities. So I was just trying to see whether this syncretism is under stress because of these changes.
I don't think they see it as kind of religious or anything. All they say is their grandparents taught these songs, and we just sang them, and we never thought that we would get so much attention because of our song and dance. It is true that song and dance is not the only thing about the community, but that is what they say, that they have been left their heritage and what they want to pass on to others. So they see music, song, and dance as the most important thing. And as for Portuguese, that's very interesting, because you asked about the Portuguese heritage. The interesting thing is that Portuguese was the lingua franca. So people confused that this community was brought during the Portuguese times. The Portuguese left in 1658, and then the Dutch came, and the British came in 1796. So this community is recent migrants from Africa, brought during the British times, because the British governors recruited African slaves from Mozambique, because I have seen the documents in the National Archives in Kew. So yes, there is a confusion that Portuguese brought them, Portuguese didn't. It was people after that who brought them. So the Portuguese influence, they're becoming Lusitanized, but before the Lusitanization layer, we are seeing them perhaps being Islamicized in the northern Mozambique area, and then getting into ships and becoming Lusitanized. And now they're indigenized. They're Sri Lankan in all respects. They speak Sinhala. They have switched from Portuguese into Sinhala. And only the 80-year-old lady in the community can speak Portuguese.
Okay, and right on cue, June is just coming back in. Hi, June. Hi, June.
Hello, I'm terribly sorry. I don't know what happened, but I was in there, now I'm out again, and I think now the time is gone.
Well, we can make some more time, so just carry on.
Carry on. Okay. So I'll just go to my...
Shall I? I'll introduce you, Jim, while you're trying to find out.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
It's working. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that
Great.
looks good.
Okay. Shall I continue?
Yeah, please.
Yes, please, June.
Okay, great. So this was within the context of, the speciality of the University of Cape Town, looking at where we're situated, and the Minister of Education introduced the National Institute for Human and Social Sciences Catalytic Project. So how do we catalyze new knowledge? How do we decolonize within very interdisciplinary spaces at the university? So the community structures 52 civic organization and traditional structures through the Occupy movement, really asking questions about epistemicide, asking questions about the landscape and erasure, came together in a partnership with us. At the time, Rhodes Must Fall was happening in 2015, and they really started to ask these questions and say, we need to ask the questions about the land that institutions occupy. This was an extremely important process because it really challenged the university in terms of how it even thinks about archive and heritage, because, we've got a lot of theory on archives, a lot of theory on landscape, heritage, and so on. And the communities challenge us within the context of Paulo Freirean thinking and models about exactly how our disciplines are formed as Eurocentric, models of knowledge production. And the University of Cape Town, the Centre for African Studies, is also the place where we are looking at the scholarship of scholars like Archie Mafeje, which says, his theory on knowledge that comes from within, and looking at that local context, because of course, University of Cape Town, is an English sort of Oxford of Africa. So these partnerships came together at the University of Cape Town as part of that San and Khoi occupation movement, which started way back in a long time in South Africa, but particularly in the past 10 years, it's taken over spaces and questioning. So the land question is not just the land question. The land question is also a question of epistemology, a question of heritage, of both tangible and intangible, and as integrated, and the hybridization of that. And the two can't be separated. This slide, for example, shows, I don't know if you can see, if you'll still be able to see me if I actually just do the slideshow. is looking at how they occupied even the castle of Good Hope going back to the 1600s, and bringing in an awareness for people to know what the new way of looking would be at heritage. It's also the place where a scholar like Ugandan scholar Mahmoud Mamdani critiqued Bantu affairs and approaches to African history and indigenous history as, the Bantu, the savage. And so how do we problematize this, but keeping contestations and debates and no longer being dislocated from Africa? This movement and this partnership with the Center for African Studies was also located within the Rhodes Must Fall movement, as I said earlier. And in this picture here, you can actually see that's where the Rhodes statue used to be, which is right below the what used to be the Jamison Hall, renamed Sarah Bartman Hall, and with the Kara structure of community activists in our partnership led that process. So right across here, it leads to the slave burials, because it's also a slave site where the university is located on. So there are also questions about, that if you ask these questions, if you address Rhodes Must Fall, what does it mean in the deeper architecture of the university? What does it mean in terms of curricula, in terms of how we do research, our research ethics, and so on? So it's now renamed Sarah Bartman Hall, and Sarah Bartman was the woman who was paraded at Piccadilly in the 1800s, and so those questions, people were asking this forum, what does this Sarah Bartman have to do with universities and knowledge? She was just an indigenous woman on display. But actually, this forum really problematized that the practice of scientists, it was the scientists who actually dissected her and put her on display. And this is what universities do, within the colonial context. And that needs to be thought of. But in a broader context, that the whole formation of this partnership goes back to the Rethinking Africa. How do we rethink Africa? That's Nomalanga Mkhize from the University of Nelson Mandela University. And that's the book that Mandy mentioned earlier that came out of that, which has a theory and a praxis section. So not just the archaeologists working on their own, and the anthropologists working on their own, but everybody. So here's the leader of the Language Commission. He was actually also the Mbongi for the state presidential address this year, which for 25 years, which caused great controversy about who's African, who's heritage, and so on. And the Eland, he's actually vegetarian, but this is grounded in the ritual archive, Toy and Falola's notion of the ritual archive, that we need to get into that archive. And so even in the renaming of buildings, there's this deeper architecture, this archive that we need to engage with. And this Kara Commission, they've set up 5 research commissions, very active, very historic introduction of Khoi Kuvap for the first time in the history of the country. Get a certificate, community members come free, they have pathways into the university, they can do degrees and they can bring their heritage into the space, which was once very colonial, without actually feeling shame.
I'm listening to some...
They also address human remains, because the university has unethically acquired human remains of indigenous Khoisan people going back to the 1920s, because people used to be hunted on a Sunday in this region of South Africa. And little spoken about genocide, and the language went with this. And those bodies, including of children, are still in the drawers of the university. Women, land, including housing, and also COVID and youth. So we meet monthly. I've spoken about Archimafeja. This is one of the interaction photographs of our activists. They themselves, as an activist group, had their own conference with all the scholars, catalytic conference in January, just before COVID. And so we problematized this dichotomy between tangible and intangible through this partnership. This is being taught Khoi Kuvap against walls. and cleansing ceremonies. So there's the university vice chancellors there, and whenever there is a meeting, there's the intangible ritual archive that happens in the spaces. These are the families that whose remains, their ancestors, their people, their family members, not long back, like great-grandmothers and children, were actually in the drawers of the university. So the university had to come out and say, look, we've got this, how do we give it back? So if we can't just give human remains back, we also have to give the sacred objects back, we've got to give the language back, we've got to change our practices and how we know and how we teach. And only then can we have sustainability, public dialogues, as practice for epistemological justice. The forum itself speaks about restorative justice, which is something the university struggles with because it's a place of debate and contestation. But they've also impacted on our first inaugural African Studies major on representation, African political economy. It's a Mozambican scholar that our Mozambican colleague may recognize, and public culture internships for students, curation, exhibition practice. It's one of my students, and they take this back into, they ask the questions in the museum spaces about objects. They come into the seminars as equal knowledge producers to sustain the heritage and to recover it. So we try to give practical meaning to the notion of organic intellectuals and the limitations of theory and getting theory produced. These are members of the community teaching, challenging us, knowledge about plants, environment, herbs, engaging archaeology is a knowledge keep in the Western Northern Cape. And so out of this, we hope to build an African and global pre-colonial concepts digital archive with a worldwide universities network with 10 global universities, China, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, but Bristol and York, because at York University, we have been a fellow in the Institute of Public Understanding of the Past. We've been doing very interesting work on archival theory and the archive, and on London sugar and slavery. I see Clara Erikosami is here. Hello, Clara. And Bristol University as well, working with the African Voices Forum, with activists like Kofi Klou and so on from Ghana. So thank you, Guns. That's it.
Thank you so much, June. I had those technical problems earlier. Oh dear, I'm muted again. Oh.
So are there questions?
Hi, June.
Hi, I'm still here.
Yeah, that's fair. Can I ask a question? And there's a bit of time. We'll make sort of 5 or 10 minutes for questions. So please.
Oh, okay, we have time. Oh, good. I was very worried.
If people can use the
yes,
chat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, good. I was just going to say that I was really sorry that you had the technical problems earlier, but we got there in the end, and it was well worth waiting for. And I will almost certainly be emailing you about archival matters, which is my baby.
Oh, good.
But anyhow, if Philip will field any questions, that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, Arif has added a link to an article about the Commonwealth and creative industries, but I just sort of, and the new questions sort of coming through. Let me just quickly ask a question of my own, June. I mean, there's much of this sort of work going on in individual universities. And you talked about your links with Bristol and York here. What are the main forums for the coordination of this sort of work? And are they effective? Do we need a new kind of forum? Because clearly there are, you know, as I say, there are dialogues of this sort going on in elsewhere in Africa, in Canada, in the West Indies, in the UK. Do we need some sort of new forum to bring all of this together? And what would you suggest? And can the Commonwealth, if you like, be useful in these sorts of debates?
If I may answer now?
Yeah.
Yes, I think, yes, thank you, Philip, for that question. I think that's a good question because we need to practically move forward. And what we have found is that the commonalities within these, whether you call them post-colonial or whatever they are in terms of terminology, that they are shared heritages, shared challenges regarding the archive. And we have found that working within the Worldwide University Network in trying to visualize those erased knowledges and so on, it's actually a very rewarding experience. So I think it would be a very practical, very good to do that. Of course, it's very contested, but the Commonwealth, those universities who are sitting in those Commonwealth states, they share a particular archive that's been invisibilized, and it would be very important to actually try and find ways in which to have that conversation and circle globally to address exactly those specificities that have come to us with, you know, the British occupation, for example, from, you know, 1795 onwards. And so how do we engage in those spaces where we go forward and bringing in the debates and bringing in the contestations and just being very open about what it is we are tackling, because we found that now in COVID-19, the challenge of really foregrounding food sovereignty, foregrounding knowledge of landscape, knowledge of plants, knowledges that people lost. People used to know how to look after themselves, how to build up the immunity. And much of these knowledges are trapped in languages that have been erased, and so we've got to bring them back. And so once you bring the knowledge back, you also bring heritage knowledge back, and you bring the whole complexity and rich layered heritage that once was there. So I think that can be done. That conversation can be broadened, and I think within the Commonwealth, by default, it presents that opportunity.
And just following on from that, Nicholas Watts asks whether you're linked to the Commonwealth Association of Museums Human Remains Project, which is doing work in this area.
Yeah, we linked nationally, we linked internationally, and the work is within that context. But of course, it gets, you know, the job of this forum is to troubleshoot and to keep us all on our toes. So the forum does engage with the museum sector, with UNESCO. In fact, one of the two rivers, we've just been involved in protecting the two rivers heritage, which goes back to the 1600s, and you know, the Astronomical Society, which is very British heritage within South Africa. And one of the things we succeeded in doing is to protect that heritage against dense urban development that would not have been, you know, for the good of the people entirely. So there are those kinds of engagements with the macro and the micro, and within these different forums, you know, human remains included, heritage and so on. But it's a particular endogenous, you know, going into the local context approach for us, and I think as long as there's space for that contestation, it's good for the university.
And there's a question from Clara. Clara asked, does heritage need to be rewritten? Is that what the Oxford and Bristol events showed?
Yes, I think it's a very good question, because what we found is our language commission is at the center and the most catalytic in terms of transforming our perception, of intangible and tangible heritage. And we're rewriting within the languages. So we're coming up with concepts with York, Bristol, the Maoris, the Australians, Canadians, we're coming up with concepts that will really sort of rewrite how we understand heritage, and from a very limited to a much broader, more relevant approach to heritage that involves so many areas of our existence.
And Chandra's asking about literary representation of the sun, as in the case of Alex de Guma's A Walk in the Night.
So what we are doing is we ensure that all representation is there on their terms, and communities, they determine that. We don't determine what that representation will be or what it will look like, so it's completely dynamic, dialogical. People are so hybridized and entangled in their heritage. So we are not dictating any form that is right or wrong. We've got the Kumani San represented on the forum. We've got the whole national and beyond the boundaries and frontiers of Southern Africa, as it is constituted as part of the nation-state formation, represented in various forms. The Kara Forum themselves, they decide, the performative arts, theatre, poetry, rituals, very at the core of it all, and to really also tackle this whole notion of Stone Age people or unchanging people in reserves, that you see in National Geographic, and our own senses of who is who. So that has become a very interesting, fascinating, challenging aspect to representation and identity, and so that we don't have essentialized notions of who is San, who is Khoi, who is what, but the real magic lies in that ritual archive. It lies in that knowledge that's been carried on. And so we try and get ourselves away from any static notion of people and identities, but at the same time foregrounding that ritual archive.
Thank you. And there's a very specific question from Nicholas Watts. Do you have any information on the outcome of the High Court contestation by Indigenous groups of the Two Rivers urban development proposals? Build a new urban campus in the floodplain in Cape Town.
Yes, we were part of that process. We were at the forefront. We had death threats and all sorts of things that come with work like that. And so the independent tribunal ruled in favor of heritage protection, in favor of our campaign. But in 2 years' time, it's only for 2 years, then of course it will be reviewed again. But it's giving us that time to be able to have proper consultation involving all stakeholders and following procedure. Without people being under threat, like, with Polobeni and the Australian mining company. When there was a big threat to the heritage in the Eastern Cape, to people and their land. And so this is a global template where people, are under threat when things happen. So it was a victorious outcome for us. But of course, work lies ahead. And actually, one of the outcomes is the application for World Heritage Site status for the two rivers. Again, part of our work with the university and with the Kara Forum has really helped that process to be formed and so to be realized. And so, yes, these are high impact, there's a high impact work and difficult and challenging, but I think that's what universities have that challenge, you know, how do you decolonize the university in very practical ways? And it's not easy, and there are not just easy answers.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll hand back to Mandy for just a final word, but we will reconvene at 2 o'clock British summer time, which is in about 55 minutes. And look forward to the third panel of the day. But Mandy, if you just...
Thank you very much, Philip. Yes, it just leaves me to once again thank our three speakers, Japani, Shehan and June. It was an excellent panel, and I'm sure there's lots of ideas buzzing around that have come out of it. And my special thanks to June for struggling with the technology and finally being able to come back to us.
Yeah,
so well done, all of you. And as Philip says, we'll see you all again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to the final session of this conference. Just to remind you that your microphones will be muted and your videos will be switched off to improve the quality of the sound so that you can hear the presentations better. And this conference is being recorded. So any questions that you have, could you type in the chat, please? And that way, if there are many questions as well, there's a chance that your question will be heard. So let me first introduce the first speaker in the afternoon, Cheryl Thoman, who is a professor of French, the Ruth Mulhouse Professor in the Department of Modern Languages and Literatures, and the Director of Women's Gender Studies Program at Case Western University. She researches African women's writing with a special emphasis on West Africa, Gabon, Cameroon, and Mali. And her book, Women Writers of Gabon, Literatures and Her Story, is the first book-length study in English of Gabonese literature. And the study discusses the perceived invisibility of women writers and focuses on the major contributions of Gabon's first generation of female authors. And in her presentation today, we are going to hear something about Gabonese writers and sustainable development through Nadia Origo's Aurora's Journey. Over to you, Cheryl.
Okay, thanks, Shehan. Thanks for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here with all of you, even virtually. So just a few quick facts about Gabon. So it's in Central Africa, and it's on the ocean, and it's surrounded by Cameroon, Congo, Equatorial Guinea. It's an oil-rich nation with a population of about just under 2 million. However, it's very difficult, despite the resources and actually the wealth. It's not an extremely poor country at all on the African continent, but because of 50 years of dictatorship, basically, I mean, the infrastructure is quite poor for the amount of income and resources that the country has. So it's very hard to get between cities, but you can kind of see them there. And it's the urbanized population is 87%, but a considerable portion of the country is covered in forests and inaccessible to many without an ATV. It has about 40 ethnic groups, with the highest amount being the Fang at 40%. There's also Amiene, Punu, Teke, Vili, Tsogo. So just to give you a little background. So this is the novel that I'm going to be speaking about. And the author, Nadia Origo, was born in 1977 in Mouila in the south of Gabon. And she spends her time between France, Gabon, and other African countries where she meets potential authors for her publishing house, La Doxa, and for entrepreneurial projects associated with her company, Orographe.com, and her magazine, Reflet. So she's a busy woman. And Aurore's Journey is Arrigo's first novel, published originally in 2007 in French as Le Voyage d'Aurore, with the English translation now coming out this month of August. And Arrigo has 4 novels, and 2 of these are on the subject of sustainable development, based on her work with the Gabonese organization Forêt Source, or Forest Source in English. 2 of her other novels are about ritual crimes in Gabon. And as intangible heritage is also a theme of this conference, I'd also like to mention Arrigo's 2 volumes entitled The Kingdom of Longo 1 and 2, which are traditional stories stemming from the oralities of her region. But the focus of this presentation is on Aurore's Journey, and what makes this novel so unique is the fact that Arrigo is a geographer with a specialization in sustainable development, environment, and health. And this is very rare, at least in Gabon, if not in other countries, to find a novelist who is a geographer with a PhD. The novel was written while Arrigo was finishing her doctoral studies in geography in Paris. In fact, writing the work was a means to combat homesickness for her. Arrigo was far from her native country of Gabon at the time, but she was brought back home thanks to rediscovered notes that had been tucked away in a book. And those notes chronicled her experiences conducting field work in the Ogooué-Ivindo region of the country, with a grassroots organization which had been made up mostly of Gabonese university students concerned about the environment. So after her studies, Arrigo worked for multinational corporations as a geographer, but grew dissatisfied and even wary of their missions and their so-called commitment to protect the environment. So the publishing house and magazine Arrigo now leads they both focus on Afro-diversity in a variety of domains, including entrepreneurship and development, among other subjects. So thanks to her diverse personal and professional experiences, in addition to her education, Arrigo has all the tools necessary for astutely observing the world she describes. But she's also a person who takes action, identifying herself as an auteur engagé in French, or an author committed to her causes. Arrigo blends her passion for presenting her native country and its environment with an awareness of the science behind the realities she conveys. So Arrigo's way of infusing geography and ecology into a literary work makes for a purposeful approach, and she succeeds brilliantly in provoking a debate that is still ongoing and pertinent 20 years after the field work and the research she described in her book was complete. So Aurore's Journey is a novel founded on commitment, one to protect the environment specifically. Arrigo was and still is determined to create texts that combine literature, history, culture, health, the environment, and entrepreneurship in order to assemble the accomplishments and initiatives of the Black diaspora and present them from an Afrocentric perspective in an effort to highlight Black diversity in her work. In her work as an author, Arrigo insists on changing the lens through which Africans are being read, in quotes. Her writings consistently ensure that Africans of the Francophone world and beyond are telling their own stories, and her words affirm the authority that Africans have to analyze what is happening in their societies. When they do this, sustainable development becomes a different conversation. So Arrigo admitted that 80% of Aurore's Journey is also her own. In July of 2000, Arrigo had traveled to the Ogooué-Ivindo region of Gabon for a mission initiated by Forest Source, whose objectives, among others, included the fight against deforestation. Loggers and their trucks are prevalent all over Gabon, 20 years ago and today, and probably before, and also into the future. Yet Aurore observes in her travels that the preferred building material for housing in Gabon is not even wood, despite the abundance of this resource in the region. So obviously the wood is leaving the country. So Arrigo's novel thus became a means of keeping a record, but it also represents a contemporary form of African storytelling, inherited from a long and rich tradition of oralities that are so significant in her culture and realistically in every culture in Gabon. So this short novel of 100 pages or so is more important than its length suggests. The storytelling from the perspective of a woman writer from Gabon is an essential contribution that serves to erase images of the African interior created by travel writing made famous by authors such as Joseph Conrad and his exoticized and dehumanizing look at Africans in his novella, The Heart of Darkness, based on his travels on the Congo River with a Belgian trading company. So aspects of Aurore's Journey can also certainly be conceived as an example of travel writing, and if so, what a difference the 109 years between these two publications make. So Arrigo's writing is also markedly different when compared to works by other female travel writers who passed through this area, such as Mary Kingsley, who wrote Travels in West Africa. That was published in 1899, however. More specifically, Kingsley's fourth chapter, entitled The Ogowe, covers a part of the same exact region that Arrigo's protagonist travels. The two female authors happen to use the same analogy to analyze the natural beauty they observe, Beethoven's symphonies. So Kingsley refers to the symphonies to describe the Ogowe River, whereas Arrigo cites the musical masterpieces to paint her impressions of the rich landscape of the province. But besides this analogy used and the area traveled, the similarities between these two women writers stop there. So whereas Kingsley avoided the extreme objectification of the African, typical in Conrad's writing, she nonetheless recounts her experiences surrounded by other Europeans, while often defending European economic and scientific interests in Africa. The fact that Kingsley's book was wildly popular undoubtedly helped shape the way Westerners see the African continent even today, and this is part of what Aurora's journey attempts to undo. So Arrigo affords us insights on women that texts like Kingsley's have mixed. One of Arrigo's chapters points out how Aurora remained convinced that women had an important role to play in their communities in terms of sustainable development, stating that, quote, all the noble causes that had been relayed and defended by women had met with success, unquote. So Aurora is disappointed about the underrepresentation of local women at the meetings that Forest Source organizes. And it's clear that she deems women essential to the preservation of the environment. In other words, there can be no success without them. So I wanted to quote also an article by Fatima Kelleher, her article, Why the World Needs an African Ecofeminist Future, and that article is from 2019. So to quote her, African female activists on these front lines are fighting back, but they are also offering visions of alternative development models that demand both gender and economic justice. In doing so, they ask us all to reconsider what constitutes progress in the first place. So although rooted in Western feminist discourse of the 1970s and 1980s, the term ecofeminist, first coined in the book Le Féminisme ou la Mort by French writer Françoise Daubonne in 1974, the ecofeminist movement has had its failures in the West, while African women have continued to pick up the slack, all which Kelleher acknowledges in her article, and I'm moving on to the second quote. But whilst the broader ecofeminist movement has sometimes been bogged down in a divisive debate over whether gendered associations with nature essentialize women, movements engaged in feminist and ecological activism in Africa have simply gotten busy building strategic and political alliances between women, nature, and protection of the environment. So ecofeminist theory would be better off we worked to include a solid African ecofeminist perspective, and works like Arrigo's Aurora's Journey open a door to proceed with the application of such Afrocentric theories on a broader scale within the study of literature. So the beauty of Aurora's Journey, captured skillfully and captivatingly in English by translator Akena Kimmel, is that it's highly poetic, and yet it remains a valuable source on the environment and ecosystem of one of Gabon's provinces, particularly blessed with natural marvels such as the Ivindo forest, the waterfalls known as the Minguli, Mvung, and Kongu, the Nyanga and Ivindo waterways, and the Loa Loa rapids. The book's novelistic elements are reinforced by Arrigo's portraits of the people readers meet, and by witnessing the witnessing of how locals interact with visitors, with one another, and with nature. But Aurora's Journey is also a novel that speaks the truth, and it's sometimes critical of areas where society can do better, putting forth African solutions to African problems. So Arrigo writes about the deforestation and urbanization of Africa well before it became a frequent topic of analysis in contemporary literature, focusing how mass exodus to cities changes not only the environment, but also the fabric of society and families. Arrigo looks candidly at problems of infrastructure in Africa, not only in the capital and in the village, but also in the increasing number of small towns on the African continent. Many examples of literature give the impression to readers that who are outside looking in, that Africans live in either sprawling capitals or in traditional villages. But Arrigo's perspectives as a geographer helps us to understand the dynamic found in the continent's ever-increasing number of small towns and cities, which in turn have their own issues and concerns that are different from capital cities and villages. How much time do I have? About 2 minutes?
I think you can take another 5 minutes if you like.
Okay, perfect. That's a perfect amount of time. Thank you. So it's often argued that Westerners' misinterpretations of Africans in their own homelands stem not only from othering and racism, but also because of the fact that most Western visitors rarely speak local languages, and therefore they're not capable observers and interpreters. However, Arrigo points out here that one of the vestiges of colonialism is indeed the post-independence reliance on the colonial language, and this complicates matters for Africans themselves when battling issues regarding sustainable development. So the young members of Forest Source indeed encounter disadvantages as they must rely on translators to get their message across to fellow citizens in Fang and Koda villages. So I'm quoting from the novel. If only the country had one national language, the different residents would be able to talk and understand one another without a problem. Gabon includes 50 different ethno-linguistic groups to the extent that the Gabonese people of different ethnicities speak with each other exclusively in French, the lingua franca and the country's official language. The absence of a shared local language made unity between the populations fragile and locked them into a sort of underlying tribalism that even emerges in so-called intellectual discussions. So according to Aurore, this dependence on the colonial language has failed to create a real link among Gabonese nationals. So in her essay, Tribalism, a Virus That Kills Peace, Honoring Gu, who is a professor of literature also, considers tribalism as a sort of psychological violence and the worst enemy of peace because of its ability to divide and to instill bitterness and hatred in the hearts of fellow citizens. Tribalism permeates and damages society, and the environment is also a victim of this, as illustrated in the realities that members of Forest Source encounter in the novel. So the group's words are much better received and taken to heart, however, when they are transmitted directly by two members who speak Fang and Koda, the languages of the region, as opposed to that same message translated in French and then translated by local interpreters, as Aurora and her peers initially had to accept out of necessity. These sometimes undernoticed truths about Gabonese life have more of a detrimental effect on the environment than one realizes initially, as they make or break possibilities for sustainable development and conscientious farming projects. Read in French or now in English, Aurora's journey speaks to a wide audience. This novel is eye-opening and thoughtfully worked by both author and translator. It is a literary postcard of the Ogooué-Ivindo province, as well as an enchanting guide to the wonders of the region. But it's also a manifesto focused on saving the environment and the forest. Aurora's journey is an excellent introduction for those who do not yet know Arrigo's multidimensional works. It's also important to recognize the translator, Akena Kimmel, who opens up this new world to non-speakers of French, adding yet another gem to a small but growing representation of Gabonese literature available in English. Nadia Arrigo provides a glimpse into what literature from her country has to offer and what indeed it has to contribute to a conversation on sustainable development. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So, are there any questions in the chat? Can I see any questions in the chat? I can't see any questions in the chat. Nothing. Yes. I have two questions.
Sure.
When you started talking about there is no common African language that they can agree on, and this seems to be a similar situation in Mozambique, which I'm familiar to. And they are still writing in, like Miyakuto is still writing in European Portuguese with connotations which are not European Portuguese. Right. And to me, I think it's a bit problematic in a post-independent country when you're writing in the colonial language, unlike, say, Brazil, which is writing in Brazilian Portuguese, so much advanced. So do you think that a literature colonizers has the ability to colonize people? Because if Mozambicans continue to read European Portuguese literature, do you think they're going to be, the mind is going to be colonized as opposed to Mozambicans who wouldn't read European Portuguese literature? Because I feel knowing a language is utilitarian. You need languages to get around in the world, to communicate. But literature is something different. I think when you are introduced into a literature, you're seeing the minds, you're crossing over more to the other person's territory.
Right.
To me, it can be dangerous. It can hamper your national identity in different states. So I just wondered what you thought, whether you found a similar experience in Gabon.
Yeah, well, actually, there's a lot of facets to that question, for the answer to your question, really. Because Gabon is one of the, is kind of unique in the fact that Young people aged 15 to 30, their literacy rate is about 98%, but that literacy rate is, of course, in French. And so, and Gabon is also one of the countries that we see that has this colonial language heritage, but you find many, many young people who don't even speak indigenous languages anymore. So now the question becomes, so if young people have grown up only with French and they don't even know like the indigenous languages of their families, then, you know, what does this mean? Does this mean that French has become an African language? Does this mean that French has been changed, that this is Gabonese French? So the answer to not, you know, for the mind not to be colonized, the answer has to be that, you know, that French has to be appropriated by the people speaking it. And so, and it has to be separate from, you know, from France. And then you get into a question, you know, do we have Gabonese French? Do we have French from France? That kind of thing. But it's a very complicated question. And I mean, I think it is a question that haunts many, you know, African countries, if not, you know, countries that have been colonized all over the world. So, you know, schooling is in French in Gabon, and like I said, you know, it is problematic that many young people don't speak, you know, their native language. So, especially you have an 87% of the population living in urban areas where, you know, just French is being reinforced, for example, and also the problem that what language do you choose then? If you choose to kind of exclude French, which language do you choose in a country where there are 40 ethnic groups and only 2 million people? So, so all of these things, you know, come into play, and to kind of give some aspects to the answer to your question.
Thank you. Any other questions in the chat box? No.
Yeah. So there's a question from Nicholas Watts.
Mm-hmm.
See at the bottom there.
Could you elaborate on the difference, on the points made about differences between small towns and cities concerned and those of the capital? Or also, could you illustrate African Institute and how? Okay, so actually, this was kind of exciting find to me as well, because even though I've worked on African literature for a while and have made many, you know, many trips, field work, social vacation, and otherwise to some of these countries, I didn't realize myself, I was kind of thinking of, you know, African communities being villages versus the capital, because that was kind of my experiences. But there, in Gabon in particular, there are many provincial capitals, and she goes, and she describes in the book, which is really interesting, especially to people who aren't familiar and really make, you know, see this in, you know, kind of either large capital or a small village. She talks about the infrastructure in the regional capitals, which when the group arrives there, now the group of students who arrive there are students who live in the capital, and they've grown up there. And so when they get to the provincial capital, they are amazed that to them, it doesn't look like a village, but it also doesn't look like a city. And so the infrastructure is lacking. There have been projects that had been abandoned. You know, that there had been people who had moved to the capital who had tried to invest in the region as a sort of humanitarian project, but then it became too complicated and just abandoned the project. So you have buildings or hotels or resorts, for example, that were started. They were used for a few years and then they were abandoned completely. But then also, you know, there's a lack of electricity. At night, these cities are completely dark, these smaller cities. So some of these, so that's some of the concerns of the small town. So they don't have the infrastructure of the big city, but they don't have the sense of solidarity and community that a small village would have. So they're a little between both worlds, and people don't automatically think of these small towns as somewhere there that they want to, where they want to live. So what happens usually is the capital, the region around the capital grows and grows and grows and grows, and eventually it kind of swallows up these smaller towns, and they become part like the suburbs of the capital. But until then, they're kind of in limbo between the village and the capital city. So Origo in her novel tries to point this out, and how these needs are different for the people who live in these towns. What would be necessary to make them larger towns? Would it be exactly like the capital? What could it offer that a village doesn't offer? What could a village that the capital city doesn't offer, without it becoming, you know, part of the large metropolitan area? So I hope I answered that question. Also, the African solutions to African problems. When the students who are really representing the environmental organization, So they're not really coming as university students, although the group is mainly composed of university students and others who are interested, and some local politicians as well. So when they go to a different region, they don't, 2 out of the 5 of them don't speak the local language. So when they present on what they have been researching as what would be sustainable development projects that would help that particular region, because they had done research ahead of time before actually going to the region, and then they want to come with the local people and try to work with them to kind of implement some projects. And there's some funding involved that they have raised amongst themselves in the organization. But what happens is, even though they're Gabonese also, but they don't know the regional language, what happens is that the local people start to see these development projects as projects coming from NGOs from Western countries and not their own. And so even though Gabonese people are talking to them about these projects. And so then the people start to also talk about what they have done to kind of combat problems of development and deforestation and the like. And so that those discussions in the novel are very important about how the people kind of come back and say, okay, now you say that this would work for a sustainable development project, but what about this, and this? So this shows how you have this young African group who lives in the capital who also has, they're aware of what's going on in their country, but they also know of what's going on elsewhere too. And then you have the local people who are just concerned with day-to-day survival kind of issues, and how to best preserve their land, how to get the most yield out of it. And so you have these 2 groups interacting. And so that's what I meant by African solutions to African problems. So instead of, Western groups coming in directly to kind of work on, which could also be a good thing. I'm not saying that that's never a good thing, but that's one of the more interesting things in the novel, is to watch how Gabonese, perhaps from completely different backgrounds and completely different ways in which they live, capital versus village, et cetera, that they managed to come up with some solutions that would work for the communities.
Thank you. There's a comment, can you read the comment? Yes.
Yeah, in South Africa, we encourage multilingualism because Afrikaner nationalism used monolingualism to inculcate racism and to erase indigenous heritage. But there is also an appropriation of Afrikaans as a hybridized heritage, indigenous enslaved people's language heritage from Africa in the East and Dutch. Interesting discussion. Thanks very much for that comment. I mean, that's that can be applied to a lot of African nations, and it goes back to what I said, is that how for the colonized, for languages of the colonizer to become African languages, the people themselves appropriate that language and change it and make it work for them. So
thank you. So if there are no more questions, I think we'll move on to get ready for Behero. Thank you so much, Sherry.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Do I do screen share now? Yes. Okay. Share sound, commands, and share. Okay. Now, how do I go to full screen?
It's yes.
Slideshow, presenter view. Okay, am I on full screen now?
Now you're fine. I can see the whole screen full.
Okay, very good. So, good afternoon, everyone.
Let me introduce you first.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Behero Shroff teaches in the Department of Asian American Studies at the University of California in Irvine. She was born and raised in Mumbai in India, and she is an independent documentary filmmaker. And her work has focused on the Siddhi communities of Gujarat. Those are the Afro-descendant communities in India. And her documentaries explore cultural traditions and hybrid identities of the Siddhis. And you're going to see a clip from her film as well during her presentation this afternoon. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Shihan. I want to thank Shihan De Silva for inviting me to present. I'm very honored to be at this conference with so many outstanding scholars. To start with, let's look at the map of India. And here is the map with Gujarat and Karnataka outlined. Siddhis live in different regions of India, namely Gujarat, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and Goa. Large communities are concentrated in Gujarat and Karnataka. My research and film documentation is focused on Siddhis of Gujarat and Siddhis who migrated from Gujarat to Mumbai. Before Omani Arabs and Europeans began the slave trade, many Africans migrated voluntarily to India in different professions such as merchants, traders, sailors, entertainers, artists. Many intermarried non-Africans and settled down. While Africans traveled to India via different routes from different parts of Africa, their migrations have not been chronologically systematic, linear, or continuous. Next slide. Brought to India through different trajectories of migration by Arab and Indian merchants and colonial rulers such as Portuguese, French, Dutch, and English, they were historically known by different names such as Habshi, Abyssinian, Khapri, or Siddhi. Most African descended communities in India refer to themselves as Siddhi. In Gujarat, Siddhis are mostly Muslim. Among contemporary communities of Siddhis, they have created an identity in Gujarat, they have created a unique sense of identity. They have established identity that traces their genealogy to Baba Gaur, an Abyssinian saint buried in Gujarat, whom Siddhis claim as their Kulpir, a word in Gujarati that means ancestral saint of the community. Although living on the fringes of socio-political life in the modern Indian nation state, Siddhis maintain a distinctive cultural identity even today. By the mid-19th century, with the abolition of slavery by the British colonizer in India, freed Africans were brought to the port cities of Surat and Bombay. Freed or escaped African slaves, through local networks, made their way to the shrine of Baba Gaur. The saint's tomb and the forest land around it became a refuge and a place to reinvent their identities as a Jamaat, which in Gujarati means community and caste. Crafting a poetic legend around Abyssinian saint Baba Gaur, Siddhis claimed him as their ancestor and recreated healing rituals and sacred ceremonies from memories of healing arts. Healing ceremonies involve drumming, dancing, and collective spirit possession to invoke the presence of ancestors. These healing arts go by the name of Goma and are practiced in Eastern and Southern Africa even today. By tracing lineage to Baba Gaur and through sacred ceremonies involving music and dance, Siddhis constructed blackness or Africanness, that is curly hair and black skin, in a positive light. By these physical attributes, Siddhis claimed special powers. Their racial differences in a caste-based society had placed them at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, with Baba Gaur as saintly ancestor, displaced Africans reinvented their identities as fakirs or holy men. Their musical instruments, transported across the ocean, like the one-string musical bow called malunga and the bead rattle called mai mishra, and drums with different names, were carried as symbols of Baba Gaur's sacred powers. Clips from my film will show how their identity as fakirs empowered Siddhis within a social structure and gave them a means to earn a livelihood with dignity. The older generation in Gujarat, as fakirs, would sing in neighboring villages, and the malunga and the rattle mai mishra are carried with them as symbols of Baba Gaur's healing powers. So let's look at a clip from my film.
जिस टाइम पे ये बाबा गौर आए उस टाइम पे तो यहाँ पे हम भी नहीं तुम भी नहीं, ये पूरा वन था, वन, हड़म्बा वन। और ये बाबा गौर ने यहाँ पे इबादत करी, अल्लाह अल्लाह करा, और ये सब यहाँ पे रोशन किया गोरी सुल्तान ने, माई साहब माने, बाबा ने। हम लोग यहाँ पे याददाश्त के लिए आते हैं बाबा के यहाँ, फातिहा दरूद पढ़ते हैं यहाँ पे। ये जो ताँत है, ये बकरी की आंतड़ी आती है, तो आंतड़ी को पहले ले लेते हैं वो लोग, लेके फिर उसको धो नाखते हैं। ये आंतड़ी को धोए बाद सुखा देते हैं धूप में। धूप में सुखाए बाद उसको आटी चढ़ाते हैं वो लोग, बल चढ़ाते हैं। हमारी भाषा के अंदर इसको बोलते हैं चढ़ावा, इसको बोलते हैं जिबाली। ये जिबाली है, ये गादी है, इसको बोलते हैं प्याला। दूधी को लाते हैं, अंदर से सब गार काट लेते हैं, इसके अंदर से जो गार आता है वो सब काट लेते हैं। और ये सैलानी, ये जो है ये लकड़ी, इसको सैलानी बोलते हैं। ये मोर पींच इसको बोलते हैं, पींच, मोर का पींचा। इसके ऊपर गले चढ़ाया हुआ है, ये गले चढ़ाया हुआ है क्या, इसको बोलते हैं चाबुक। ये मिश्रा। तो यानी कि ये लाए बाद हम लोग को इसको तीन बल देने पड़ते हैं, 3 बल। ये हाथ में ऐसे छाले पड़ जाते हैं जब ये लकड़ी के ऊपर, मलुंगे के ऊपर ये ताज चढ़ती है।
हजरत बिलाल का ये मलूंगा है। हजरत बिलाल हबशी करते थे निस्बत कल्बी, हंस के चढ़े अजान को, देखी आन बान को, गिरते ही शहादत पाई यार से मिलने को। ये हजरत बिलाल का ये मलूंगा हजरत बिलाल ने बनाया हुआ है। हम बिलाली कौम है, तो बिलाल का वसीला हर घर पे सीधी के होना चाहिए, तो सीधी का घर माना जाएगा, नहीं तो कुछ ही नहीं।
हमने जे हूँ करूँ छू ते फकीरी छे मारी, गुरीसाना नाम ऊपर, बाबाना नाम ऊपर फकीरी ज करूँ छू। भी फकीरी સબરની ફકીરી છે બેન, એટલે હર દુઃખ બી સહન કરવા પડે, હર મુસીબત બી સહન કરવી પડે, અમુક ટાઈમે 2 ટાઈમ બી ખાવાનું ના મળે, એટલું એ સહન કરવું પડે, આપણે દિલને મારવું પડે, તો એ ફકીરી ગણાય। એ રે અન પાણી તારા ગળે ન ઉતરે ભાઈ, અન પાણી એ તારા ગળે ન ઉતરે ને। અહીંયા શું છે કે બાગોરના નામનું 10 શેર 5 શેર અનાજ જે લોકો નવી ખેતી થાય ત્યારે 5 શેર 10 શેર અનાજ કાઢે, તે પાછા આપણને બોલાવીને ત્યાં આપે કે ભાઈ આ બાગોરના નામનું છે, તમે લઈ જાઓ। सबको यानी खबर है कि ये बाबा गुरु दादा का ज बाजा है। गुजराती लोगों को भी खबर है, ये जो नहीं ऐसे करके झाड़ा ना देते हम लोग, उन लोगों को खबर क्या ये बाबा गुरु का बाजा है, इससे अपने झाड़ा नखवाएंगे, अपनी तबीयत अच्छी हो जाएगी। गुजराती में जाता हूँ, गुजराती जैसा, मुसलमान में जाता हूँ, मुसलमान जैसा, हाँ उनके अंदर भजन गा लेता हूँ। गुजराती है, हमारे वाले हैं, मुसलमान हैं, यानी हर कौम के अंदर में चला जाता हूँ। सलामत रही मौजो तूफान, काया तारी रात मारो राते, तेरे तारू एक कन जो बनी दूर खाते, एक कन चंजेरी, एक काया तारी रात मारो। बस ये बजाता जाता हूँ, आओ बादशाह आओ बापू, आओ बादशाह आओ बापू,
आज यूँ समझो ने कि गोरी सुल्तान को 8000 बरस होते हैं आने को हिंदुस्तान के अंदर। 8000 बरस से परंपरा चली है, फकीरी, मुरीदी और सेवाएं गुलामी की। हमको क्या बोलते हैं, बाग उर के धम्माली, और छोकरियों को बोलते हैं माई साहब की सहेलियाँ। तो हम धम्माली हैं गोरी सुल्तान के, उनके गुलामों के गुलाम हैं। तो हमको ये सिलसिला मिला फकीरी मुरीदों का। सब मेरे पीर को पीरान पीर कहते हैं और दुनिया वाले उन्हें रब्बे कदीर कहते हैं। ऐ अल्लाह के बंदो और उम्मत रसूल, ये वास्ते अल्लाह का सौदा है, अल्लाह ने दिया है तो वास्ते अल्लाह। पीर शफीउल्लाह, या मेरे मौला कर सबका भला। ये हमारे बुजुर्गाने दिन से मगज से बनाई हुई चीज है। तो हमारी जिक्र तो सब गोरी सुल्तान के वसीले से जो जिक्र होती है वो तो अलग होती है। ये तो हमारे बड़े बुजुर्गों ने बनाई है दिल से, क्योंकि बस्ती में जाए और कुछ मिलता नहीं हो, बड़ी बड़ी हवेलियाँ देखें तो फिर मगज में आ गए बात। कुदरत ने टॉन मार दिया कि तू ये जिक्र बोल, वो सीना वटो तो उम्बानी, तू इतना बड़ा, अल्लाह ने तेरे को मकान दिया है, सब कुछ दिया, पर तेरा हाथ ऐसा वास्ते अल्लाह लंबा नहीं होता। दे सीना वटो टुम्बानी, मदद गोरी बाबा अम्बानी, तेरा अल्लाह बेलिया, तेरा नबी बेलिया, वो सीना वटो टुम्बानी। टेम्पर हमारे दादा परदादा सोहेली भाषा अच्छी तरह से जानते थे। जैसे कि हमारे अंदर गादी वारस जुम्मा मियाँ, अब बबानी या कोरी, यानी क्या है बादशाह, तू क्या करता है, क्यों आया है, हम आए तेरे वास्ते। ऐसी वो सोहेली भाषा बहुत अलग अलग जात की, अलग अलग टाइप की, सब जैसा कि मेरे को समझ पड़ी ऐसे मैंने बोल दिया, मेरे भाई को समझ पड़ी ऐसा उन्होंने बोल दिया। इसी तरह से सोहेली भाषा और समझने के लिए तो बिल्कुल कंप्लीट ही होना चाहिए। तो आज तो हम तो ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत रुपये में एक आनी में एक पैसा सोहेली भाषा जानते हैं, नहीं तो बाकी अल्लाह ही अल्लाह। कोई अब कोई बजाते नहीं, कोई जवानी पार्टी हो गए, सब कमाते धमाते हो गए, कोई ड्राइवर हो गया, कोई क्या हो गया, कोई क्या हो गया। कौन ये चीज़ को पसंद करेगा? अभी मैं हूँ, मेरा बच्चा पसंद करेगा, मेरा छोकरा भी आया था रिक्शा लेके, पसंद करेगा कि अब्बा के संगात जाओ, चल बेटा, तो कहें मेरे को शर्म आती है, इसको क्या, ये तो छोटा है तो संगात आया, ये जवान हो जाएगा तो ये भी नहीं आएगा, ये सिलसिला सब बंद हो जाएगा। क्या बरोबर पकड़ नहीं गया, हाथ में जोड़ रहे क्या नहीं तेरे, खुला आवाज निकलना चाहिए। देखिए पकड़ बोल
હવે આગળ ભણતર કરશે તો પછી
ના ભણતર તો કરાવવાનું, પણ આ થોડુંક આ બી દિમાગમાં થોડું હોય તો ગમે તારે કરી શકે। બાકી ભણતર તો આજના ટાઈમે બહુ જરૂરી છે। બચ્ચાઓને શીખવું તો છું, હવે એમને જો દિલમાં ઉમંગ હશે તો આગળ જઈને એ પણ મારી રીતે કરી શકશે। ભલે બીજું બધું ભૂલાઈ જાય, આ વસ્તુ ના ભૂલાય।
મારા પપ્પા હતા એ ગાતા હતા, અને મારા મોટા બાપુ મોટા પપ્પા છે એ અમારી કલા જ ગાવાની, પેશો છે ગાવાનો। કાયમી ધંધો કોઈનો નથી, એમ છૂટક મજૂરી મળી જાય છોકરાઓ। મારા બે બાબા છે ભાઈઓ સાથે પ્રોગ્રામમાં જાય, અમારે કંઈ ઘરકામ કરવાનું હોય તો ઝાડુ બાસણ એવી રીતે મહિને પગાર તરીકે કરી લઈએ। હે માં સોનાના કલશે ઝૂલો માય સાબમાં ચાલો ધીમે ધીમે, માં સોનાના કલશે ઝૂલો માય સાબમાં ચાલો ધીમે। કોઈ મચ્છીનો ધંધો કરી લે, કોઈ મંડપ બાંધી લે, કોઈ એમ ચાલુ કામ કરી લે બધા. ને મહિલાઓ બધા કામે જાય. હમણાં તો મોંઘવારી બહુ છે એટલે બહુ મુશ્કેલ છે. ઘરમાં બધું સાચવવાનું, કોઈ મહેમાન આવી જાય એવી રીતે કોઈ લગ્ન પ્રસંગ હોય તો થોડીક મુશ્કેલી આવી જાય. મહિને 1000-1500 હોય તો એ અમારું ઘર લાઇટ બધું જ અમારે કરવું પડે છે. લાઇટ બિલ હોય, ઘરવેરો હોય, ભાડું ભરવાનું હોય, એવી રીતે બધી પ્રશ્ન ઊભા થાય ને. ગ્રુપ છે ને 2-3 છોકરીઓ છે મારી સાથે, એટલે એ છોકરીઓ મારી સાથે આવે છે અવાજ આપવા. કોઈ પ્રસંગ લગ્ન હોય ને તો જવાનું. 500 નક્કી કરીએ. વળી ઘર જેવું હોય, સંબંધ જેવું હોય તો કહીએ કે ભાઈ 500 આપો કે 1000 આપો, એવી રીતે. ને અમારા જ જેવા કોઈ ગરીબ માણસ હોય તો પછી અમે કહીએ કે ભાઈ તમારી ખુશી પડે એમ તમે આપી દેજો.
Okay, so in terms of intangible cultural heritage and sustainable development, the younger generation prefers to work at daily wage labor, construction work, independent work like driving a rickshaw. And better still, they like to perform this Goma Damal dance, where they are labeled as African dancers. They are paid very little, but they feel they have visibility as performers of their heritage, though there is some conflict and contest as to the dress and appearance as Africans, because somehow they are pushed into the category of tribals, and they don't always like to be in that category in modern India. Let's move on to the next slide. And among the musical instruments, these are lyres that are no longer played, but they are housed in a chilla or memorial shrine to Baba Gaur in Mumbai. So if there are any questions, I can now move on to questions.
Yes. Are there any questions in the chat?
Nothing yet in the chat.
Nothing yet. Can you, Beheros, can you expand a bit more about them being pushed to become African in their appearance while dancing?
Yeah, there is some contest in the community as to why and how they were given this dress to wear, because they feel that in a way they cannot be categorized as African given the political climate in India starting in the 80s, where Hindutva or Hindu fundamentalism is slowly taking over and people are regarded as foreigners. So if they are foreigners, then they have to go back to the country to which they belong. So there is a lot of conflict in terms of how they are situated within the Indian nation state. And to label them as African would not give them the benefits they would get under the state-sponsored category of scheduled tribe, which is a category that the Indian nation state has given tribals. And there are many tribals in India. So they wish to belong to that category to get some government jobs because they are poor. They are not destitute, but they are poor. So in that sense, there is conflict among Siddhis in Gujarat particularly.
That is quite interesting because the Sri Lankan Africans have recently dressed up as Africans on their own accord, and they're singing Malaika, East African, associating their homeland somewhere there in Mozambique.
I think the bonding with Africa and kinship with Africans or African Americans who visit is very much part of their identity. They immediately call them Siddhi. For example, when Barack Obama was elected, they said a Siddhi is elected. So they feel kinship with Africa. And they do see, I see in chat that somebody has said If there is an attempt to seek the roots back, yes, there is. They would like to learn Swahili. They would like to establish roots to Africa on their own terms, rather than the government framing them as Africans and then put them in an exotic category. On their own terms, they're establishing their roots in Africa to a culture that they recognize. But the dress was given to them by somebody in the Western cultural zone, which is based in Gujarat. So I'm trying to draw a difference in that sense between them and the way they are framed by the state. Another question is, so much Swahili in the lyrics of the old man. Have you compared the Goma, as they call their performance, with East African Goma traditions? Yes, I haven't, but Helena Basu, who teaches in Germany, has traveled to East Africa and looked at the Goma practice there. And there is a book called Goma by Jansen, and he has studied the traditions of Goma, where they do dancing and singing and spirit possession, even today in Central and Southern Africa. So there are many linkages that Helena has seen in terms of what the Siddhis practice from memory, and they adapt because they have also adapted to Sufi Islam and Sufi practices in India around shrines. And that also has changed their tradition, the way they see the tradition. The lyre points, yes, to Ethiopia, but it's also common in mainland East Africa. That's right. They have interesting oral histories about the lyre, where in this shrine where they are housed, the woman who I had interviewed earlier has passed away, but she said they came drifting from the ocean and called out to us that we are here, come and pick us up. So we picked them up and brought them to the shrine, and since then we have housed them as part of our sacred instruments. I don't even know at that time if many of them, when this woman was alive, was able to play the lyre. Maybe in the early part of the 1900s, there were elders who could play the lyre, but today nobody plays it. And they are married out, as in Sri Lanka. Many are choosing to marry other Muslims, and that has to do with upward mobility and migrating to urban areas rather than living in small towns or village areas. I think that's one reason for marrying out. African slaves have moved on to occupy powerful positions. Yes, in that sense, India has a very interesting history, which can dialogue with the Atlantic Ocean slavery, where in India, in the medieval period, there were military slaves, and Africans were brought over as part of standing armies. And those Africans could move up from the position of cadet to commander or general. And the most famous example is Malik Ambar. And he became almost the virtual ruler of the state of Ahmednagar. He was the power behind the throne. So yes, there is that dynasty. And then there are the Siddhis of Janjira, the island of Bombay. The descendants are alive today, and people refer to them as Nawab or ruler, and they claim the title Siddhi as a royal title. So India has that very different kind of history of slavery.
No more in the chat?
I don't see any other questions. So, and maybe I've gone over my time.
No, there is few minutes more, 2 minutes more.
Okay.
So
okay.
can I ask you what attempts have been made to keep the tradition of the Malunga instruments being either by the community or by the region, and who are the people who are?
Yeah, there is an ethnomusicologist at UCLA, Professor Amy Catlin, who actually, with a grant, had the Malungas made, and she had a small workshop. When I say small, 3-day workshop, where Siddhis were invited, and many of them were taught how to play the Malunga. They were given Malungas to take home and practice. That was one very big intervention. And so many Siddhis did have the Malunga. But as far as practicing it and keeping up with it has not been a very, it's been problematic, because their daily survival is important to them. And they can't spend time practicing. The little kid who has been trained, his father performs in a Goma group, and he takes now he is a grown man, he takes the young man with him and makes him perform. So there is motivation. Otherwise, they don't feel motivated, because where would they perform? Even the state sponsored Festival of India or tribal dances have shrunk now, because state budgets have been cut very largely due to the economic recession in the country. So I think it's very problematic in terms of how they're going to keep up. The main thing that they are still able to do is the Goma Dhamal dance. And that they do anyway to honor Baba Gaur at the shrine on the day of the Urus, when they celebrate his death day, which is also considered like a marriage, a celebration. So all of them perform there. And they are invited to perform in cities or at marriage ceremonies within Gujarat. So that they're able to keep up. But the instrument, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to continue, though I'm pretty sure that Iqbal's son is going to continue. The one man who was going actually and practicing as a mendicant passed away a couple of years ago. So now you can count on your fingers how many people. There are women too who are learning the Malunga, but it's mostly played by men. For some reason, it's attached to men. And the Mai Mishra, the rattles, are given to women during the Goma Dhamal dance. There is a question from Mahendra Gonasalkorale. Probably missed my question. What opportunities have got to pursue a formal education leading to greater understanding? Yeah, I think education, they are still dropping out of school. Many Siddhis, they cannot afford an education. In Jambur, which is in a small village, there is a school set up by a Siddhi woman and her cousin. They are really pushing to get government grants to put Siddhi children in school and at least have them qualify towards matriculation. So they have a high school diploma. But in Gujarat, anyway, in Gujarat, the dropout rates are very high for Gujaratis who are living in rural areas. So Siddhis fall in that category and have not been able to pursue a formal education. But the younger generation has some literacy skills, even up to 7th grade or 8th grade, and can read and write basic Gujarati or Hindi.
So I think that's the last question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shihan. Thank you very much for all of your questions.
And we need to move to Greg now and allow some time for him to set up. Greg, are you there? Yes. Oh, he says his dog broke his microphone.
Oh.
Oh. Can he? So he can't. That's strange, isn't it? So he can't connect, or he can't speak. So I can hear you. If Hemal can read the paper, then I can load the PowerPoint. Okay, so you'll have to read the paper. Just say okay. Reply. Can you? Right. So let me introduce Gregory Hansen first. Let me first introduce Professor Gregory Hansen, who is a professor of folklore and English at Arkansas State University, where he teaches heritage studies and the PhD program. He has completed public folklore projects for several organizations, including the Smithsonian Institution, Danish Immigrant Museum, Florida Folklife Program, and the Kentucky Center for Arts. His book, A Florida Fiddler, The Life and Times of Richard Seaman, and his publications include book chapters and articles on ways to connect public folklore in heritage studies. So unfortunately, you read his dog has broken his microphone, and he's going to show you his slides, and Hemal is going to read out, okay? The first slide. So, start to read.
Hello, Greg. I hope you can hear me. I'll be very happy to read the paper on your behalf. The first one.
Yeah.
On the fourth Monday of each month, visitors travel to Paragould, Arkansas to spend the evening with locals at the Collins Theater. The theater's grand opening was on October 15, 1925, when it screened The Coast of Folly, starring Gloria Swanson. Following a period of decline, the Collins family deeded the theater to the Greene County Fine Arts Council, where it had been refurbished as an arts center in this community of over 26,000 persons. The theater hosts both local events as well as touring artists from across the nation. On the fourth Monday of each month, Arkansas State University's public radio station, KASU, uses the theater to host Bluegrass Monday. The event preserves and promotes bluegrass music in a sustainable way as it merges cultural conservation with historic preservation. It's too easy to think of historic preservation primarily in terms of buildings, exteriors, and the restoration of older neighborhoods. Bluegrass Monday demonstrates the value of thinking of historic preservation as also rooted in the interior of buildings, creating spaces where people want to enter and feel a sense of belonging, in our case within a bluegrass community, inspires us to think of historic preservation from the inside out. Prior to the event, we see how the imagined community of the KASU listening area moves from being a virtual audience to becoming a live audience. Welcome to Bluegrass Monday. For over a decade, the MC of Bluegrass Monday has been program director Marty Scarborough. Marty introduces the show by welcoming visitors to the Collins. The station also records the performances which Marty broadcasts on Down Home Harmonies, his Sunday afternoon radio show. For the September 215th event, I enjoyed hearing the Farmhands Quartet out of Tennessee perform their 2-hour show. Donnie Allen substituted that night for their banjoist Benny Bowling. Tim Graves plays resonator guitar, and Tim too is their guitarist. Darrell mostly plays bass and handles much of the vocals along with Graves. Although there are jam sessions and country music shows in the region, Bluegrass Monday provides the only regular event that allows the region's residents the chance to hear this live music. Major musicians have performed in the Collins. Tim Graves is in fact the nephew of Josh Graves. Along with the chance to hear the excellent musicianship of the farmhands, crowds of over 500 people have had the chance to listen to Eddie and Martha Adcock, Mike Snyder, Valerie Smith, and a range of other musicians. Performers note that they enjoy playing the Collins. It feels like an older venue for bluegrass music, and they show how the audience understands and appreciates the music. Buffalo City Ramblers summed it up well on stage by proclaiming great theater and great people in their stage patter. The band typically plays 2 sets. By the end of the first set, they take a break to do the shake and howdy at their merchandise table in the lobby. Along with the appeal of hearing live music, the event's economic system is intriguing, and it shows the value of blending public radio funding structures with the grassroots economic system already in place within bluegrass communities. A set amount is guaranteed the band, but the station's staff literally passes the hat to pay the artists through donations that go directly and 100% to the band. The merch table also provides obvious links to the musical products, and the table serves as an icebreaker between audience and performance. It's too easy to facilely dismiss this process of exchange as crass commercialism. Commerce blends viable economic support systems with audience development. Commerce contributes to community. To support historic preservation and cultural conservation, it's important to develop economic support systems from within the community as well as from outside economic support. Notably, Bluegrass Monday accomplishes this without direct grant funding. The band has also found ways to support their music outside of CD sales and musical sponsorship. Walking past the table, bluegrass fans and perhaps artistic purists may find the Armstrongs' fried pies difficult to resist. It's remarkable how a sizable portion of the audience returns after the break to hear the second set. It's perhaps even more remarkable how so many members of the audience simply remain in the auditorium while the band goes on break. the interior space and the friendliness of the bluegrass community establish a comfortable interior space. The feel of the set often subtly different. It is often when gospel music is prominently featured and there's a sense of eager anticipation for hearing what the band will showcase as they bring the show to its close. Encores are almost always offered and performers are warmly encouraged to return. It's the sense of connection and continuity that is essential to merging the cultural expression performed in the building's interior space with the preservationist impulse created in looking at the building's attractive exterior. The twin ideas of creating new spaces for hearing live bluegrass and supporting the music play into the ecology of space and time that is integral to thinking of bluegrass as intangible cultural heritage. The urge for cultural conservation directly connects with the desire to support Parago's downtown. Terry's Cafe is a couple of blocks from the Collins. Its regular daily hours are over by the time the show begins. But on Bluegrass Monday, it's open and it becomes a center for the event as bluegrass bands are treated to dinner and the cafe before their music show. As we walk around the block and return on a street that runs parallel to Terry's Cafe, we circle back to the Collins. The theater requires a range of events to remain open. We are reminded that it is the use of interior space that brings historic preservation to life. We recognize that heritage is less a relic of the past and more a contemporary resource for a community's vitality. Bluegrass Monday has found its place in the Collins Theatre. Bluegrass is a musical form that runs parallel to other musical traditions in the region. It's important to understand how its support is linked to other systems of supporting similar arts. Bluegrass also has become inscribed into the Collins' own history. It joins commemoration of its grand opening as a program is displayed in the theater's lobby. An old black and white photograph depicts the marquee in its heyday. Historical commemorations of the theater display how it has existed over time. The presentation of the theater is expressed in an artistic print, and the visual appeal of seeing Bluegrass Monday as a contributor to the preservation of a landmark theater in a small city in Northeast Arkansas. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation.
What he meant to say.
Okay, there is also an abstract given by Greg, so I shall read that. Originally, historic preservationists focused on the preservation, conservation, and protection of buildings, objects, landscapes, or other artifacts of historical significance. Recently, preservationists have begun to integrate broader concepts of cultural conservation into their more conventional approaches. This new focus examines both the tangible historical resources as well as intangible cultural heritage. A central interest is in how intangible cultural heritage is integral to preserving and interpreting heritage sites. The synergy between those engaged with bricks and mortar approaches and those working within intangible cultural heritage has broader applications to preserving other historic sites that are relevant to country music's history and heritage. The presenter will use the Arkansas State University's public radio concert series, Bluegrass Monday, to explore new approaches for supporting intangible cultural resources that support historic preservation. Thank you.
So, thank you, Hemal, for reading that. Greg, how do you want to handle questions? Do you want them to be typed in the chat and you type the replies, or do you want people to email you? Are you happy to? Are you still there? Still there or not there? I can't see. Thanks for your good comment. Oh, Greg is already answering people. So he's had questions and he's already answering. Okay.
Maybe it'd be better to move on to the next session. And so Greg can actually, while that's going on, if Greg could answer those questions.
Yeah, the next actually is the plenary session where we finish it off. So are there any questions from these two papers that we had, from Cheryl and Behrouz, that people would like to ask them? Any more questions? We can have a few minutes because we are early. Any more questions for Behrouz?
There was a question about skin color and racism from Clara Arokiasmi. And she says it's not been featured in African diaspora and Asian countries. I did respond to her privately, but I can deal with it now. Yes. That there is racism, there is colorism, and Siddhis face discrimination in terms of being seen as a lower caste. So they can't compete for jobs even if they have a high school education up to 8th grade. They are rejected often. And sometimes they are also rejected in terms of the fact that there is a lot of bribery and corruption, say in the police force. One of the young men in one of my interviews in a film said that he had to pay 10,000 rupees as a bribe to get into the police force. So they don't have the resources in that sense also. But the African students from African countries who are studying in India face a lot of overt discrimination and racism. So that's a whole different issue in India. And sometimes Siddhis get mistaken for Africans if they live in urban areas, and they too face racism. So racism is alive and well in India. There is no doubt about that. And it's also a diversion from economic problems that are going on and that the country is facing right now, that people choose to scapegoat other communities and pick on them at moments when there is nothing else they can do and needs to vent somehow. So that's one question. I hope I answered it well. And somebody asked about the royal Siddhis who became generals and became kings. The Siddhis did not discover them until the 2000s when American scholars brought this to their attention. Ken Robbins and Jonathan McLeod have a book out called African Elite in India, Habshi Amarat. And Siddhis discovered the royal elite through some of these channels, and now they've become media savvy. So postings on Facebook and WhatsApp have drawn their attention to this different heritage, but they don't connect with it directly because these were military Siddhis from a different period. And these Siddhis generally are tracing their ancestry to the mid-19th century, when freed Africans were brought to Gujarat. So there's not a disconnect, but I think there is no exposure to the royal Siddhis. I think that those were the two questions.
So Greg is happy to receive email questions. So if anyone has questions, they can email me and I'll pass them on. And then maybe we'll move on to the final summing up session and discussion. So let me introduce Mariana Pereira, who completed her BA and MPhil in archaeology in Portugal in the University of Porto. And then she went to Germany, to Cottbus, and she did a second MPhil in World Heritage Studies. And her focus was on sustainable community development and the nomination of archaeological heritage as World Heritage. So she worked as an archaeologist and heritage expert in Macau, her hometown, where she was involved in the local nomination of intangible heritage. And just now, she is researching for her PhD at the Cambridge Heritage Research Centre in the University of Cambridge. So Mariana, it's now over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can I just get a confirmation that I am being heard?
Yes.
My microphone is working? Yeah, perfect. Okay, I am going to share my screen. Can everyone see it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mariana, and I would really like to thank Dr. Shihan for the opportunity for inviting me to be the discussant of today's conference. The diversity of aspects touched upon during this conference reflects how multifaceted intangible heritage and sustainable development are. I will be picking on some of the aspects because we've touched upon a realm of topics. I will be picking up on some of those, and I will try and see how all of them have helped us reflect on how intangible heritage intersects with sustainable development. Let us once again look at what can be understood as intangible heritage. Deacon and others explained, if the medium carrying most of the significance of the heritage is not primarily expressed in a material form, such as oral poetry, for example, the heritage resource is designated as intangible. I really like this explanation. Heritage refers to the many ways the past is seen, used, and understood in the present. As Laura Jane Smith has argued, heritage is not so much its materiality or immateriality, rather, and I quote, heritage mediates cultural and social change through the continual construction and negotiation of identity, place, and memory. It is therefore active and performative. So we are talking about heritage as a process, as values, meanings, relationships we establish with the elements of the past we deem relevant to safeguard for the future. Now, one of the most important aspects embedded in the concept of heritage is community. It is about what communities recognize as having value, as being their heritage, which they become custodians of and are willing to maintain, recreate, and transmit to the next generations. I found these comments that were made about the community deciding what they want really important as well, and really challenging, of course. So because the focus is on continuity and on communities, the main framework we should be working in is one that takes intangible heritage as an aspect of living heritage. What characterizes this living heritage is the continuous care for heritage. and the continuity of community connections. The idea of continuity of care is intrinsically related to the concept of sustainability. Let us take sustainable development to be development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And this includes the needs of all species, not just human species. We need to build inclusive futures based on this concept of caring. We are looking at a balance of at least these three main spheres: the economic, the sociocultural, and the environmental. It is within 2 of the current 17 Sustainable Development Goals that we find the concept of cultural heritage. So the Sustainable Development Goals, as the quote says, are the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. Now, it is mentioned under Goal 4 that aims to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Under Target 4.7, there is the relationship between education and culture. Education is a tool for sustainable lifestyles and for promoting, and I quote, the appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. When we refer to education, we should include knowledge and support systems, which were mentioned by some of our speakers, that use intangible heritage to foster positive change and well-being. Intangible heritage encompasses the unique knowledge that communities have of their natural and social environments, including knowledge of sustainable practices. Now, heritage is also mentioned under Goal 11, related to making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Item 11.4 describes how by 2030, we should strengthen efforts, and I'm quoting, to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. In the same way heritage is sustained by people, it can easily be manipulated, erased, and forgotten due to armed conflict, socio-political instabilities, persecution, natural disasters, among others. We cannot ignore that heritage can lead to fragmentation, disagreement, and tension. But we also know from many case studies that heritage itself, in situations of adversity, is a tool for building community legitimacy, empowerment, resilience, and revitalization. Now, we should bear in mind that when we intersect intangible heritage and sustainable development, we have to include community. And we need to properly reflect on the relation between these elements. You know, whose community, whose heritage, and whose development. Now, our conversation today was crucial. In the light of our unprecedented circumstances derived from COVID-19, today's speakers have shown how heritage practices foster social cohesion and create pathways for quality of life and mutual respect. COVID-19 disrupted and in many ways forced practitioners and carriers of traditional knowledge to adapt their livelihoods, the performance, and the transmission of their heritage. We've seen festive, artistic, and religious events being canceled or postponed, events in which community participation is one of the key aspects and did not take place. There was disruption in traditional craftsmanship. Speakers in this conference approached the challenges of raising funds, of accessing materials, but also spaces that give context to people's practices, or where families used to sell their products. The livelihoods of bearers and practitioners have been impacted, most of whom working in informal and adverse settings and highly dependent on the movement of tourists. In a pandemic situation, it is harder to deal with commodification or appropriation of traditional crafts, and the experts and social workers who are supposed to support and supervising these situations have also been deeply impacted. Now, I wrote down the challenges of commodification and appropriation, and a little bit how they clash or go in favor of adaptability or resilience of all the other aspects. So these are quite complex networks of relationships with these terms. Now, on the other hand, the dynamic nature of heritage was reflected in our capacity to adapt, to have resilience. We've seen live music, dancing, oral history, the art of writing, traditional crafts. Some were adapted into means such as the virtual world, which people had not really explored before. And in some ways, the pandemic has forced us to make use of technology that was already available and hopefully may become a tool that we will use to safeguard the very heritage that we believe is now in danger. Then, because people stayed at home, there was some opportunity to teach and practice heritage within the household spheres. And this was my case. I do traditional Portuguese weaving, and I had opportunity to do that because I had to stay at home. We know some people brought their traditional designs and techniques to make face masks. So there was some opportunity to transmit knowledge because families had to be together at home. It's the same with cooking and with music. Of course, not everyone had that privilege. Intangible heritage can become a tool for capacity building, as shown by some of our presenters, particularly when traditional knowledge teaches us about sustainable practices. Another aspect that was mentioned is this perceived dichotomy between tangible and intangible heritage, which should not mean opposition. Heritage requires the dialectical approach between immateriality and materiality. Of course, we cannot deny that the construction and creation of a category of intangible heritage does raise awareness on forms and aspects of heritage which have been marginalized for a long time. Speakers today also made us aware that different community levels require specific types of commitment and action, starting from a personal level, the context of practitioners, to local, regional, and national spheres. Various actors, like social workers, play an active role as cultural interpreters, whom we really need at the moment. Finally, we should bear in mind that intangible heritage does not need to be nominated to have value. But by identifying it, one can raise awareness about it. Whether this awareness will lead to positive change or not, that's a different topic. International recognition can be a way of signposting intangible heritage, but working at the international sphere will not be feasible without proper inclusion, interest, and initiative from all the other spheres, the national, regional, local, and personal. So, the keywords that are here presented are some of the points that I think are interesting and help us to correlate sustainability and intangible heritage. COVID-19 is one of the many clear signs of how unsustainable our lifeways have become and how inseparable we are from the way we treat nature and our planet. But to care for our environment is to care for and nurture our own well-being. And that includes safeguarding intangible heritage. And so with this, I end, and these are my sources. Shihan, to you.
Thank you, Mariana. Are there any comments on that? Any questions? There seems to be someone typing in the chat. But that's Gregory, I think.
It's the document for ICOMOS that was posted this morning, I believe.
Okay. Yes. So has anybody got any comments on that? Or any questions for Mariana? Yeah. So is Ritu still around? Yes. Ritu is still around? Yes.
Right.
Yes. So in the morning, some of you were not around, but we were asking various questions. If you want, I'm happy to bring them up. But first, I'd like to ask Ritu, what is the advantage of any of these intangible cultural heritages being listed by UNESCO?
Well, it's national prestige is certainly one of them. And the other is that it does focus a spotlight on endangered ICHs that need safeguarding. But having said that, it is complex. Is focusing a light going to commodify it? Is it going to focus too much of a light? It's actually very fraught, which is why communities have to be involved right from stage one. If they want to be even nominated, they must be aware of all the pitfalls and advantages of nomination. And but it has become a place, just like people visit World Heritage sites all over, it's become something to go and visit. And it has created a huge burden on communities because these are fragile. And by this spotlight, they are getting overexposed, if I may use that term, in some cases. And as they get more used to tourists, very often the performance is a touristic performance. So it's, and you know, there are no sweeping statements that can be made about anything. Each is so individual. Each community is so individual. Each region is so individual. So Shayan, you've actually put me on the spot by asking me to generalize. And I want to be careful of generalizations.
And what I can see is we are dealing with powerless people, communities who are struggling to maintain these traditions, let alone pass them on. So in their policy, and even the intermediators, like researchers, it's hard to explain for people who cannot see a future for themselves. You are explaining a future, sustainability in the future, when their problem is today, here and now. So as you said, the economic and the social, that comes into play. Yes. So it's a struggle. But what are also the disadvantages of being listed? Or maybe you answered it in your...
I answered it within that whole...
Yes. So I feel that we could do things outside UNESCO, and that is why I brought in the regional networks. So Cheryl wasn't around in the morning, so I'd like to ask her whether they are in the French-speaking world, in Africa or elsewhere, globally, are there any networks that these people can draw upon that can help? Because the French are very much into culture.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, there are a lot of
yes.
Organizations, especially, and interesting enough, there's a lot of women's organizations too that kind of take care of this. So, and then it depends on the country you're speaking of. You know, like for example, in Mali, and I believe another presenter talked about this, that that there are some musical traditions, for example, that only men perform, only women perform, and so so you see that women, you know, will take care of these issues and preserving cultural heritage, traditions, this kind of thing. So that very much exists, yes. And even in terms of immigration, a lot of times that these organizations, you know, found their own local chapters even while they're in France, or and they're quite active, you know, and so it's interesting to see.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other questions that anybody, or comments anybody else wants to make?
Yeah, someone raised a question. George was asking if we could talk a little bit about the challenges of contrasting intangible cultural heritage to tangible heritage. And he further asks, how might it still be useful to hang on to ideas that we need tangible objects in order to create and transmit a sense of heritage, for example? So that was the question. I think, in my opinion, there is absolutely no separation between tangible and intangible. That's just a tool, I think, that was used for managing heritage in a well, it actually started with a very Western perspective of what heritage is, and the focus on the Western perspective was a very built, old, material element. I mean, of course, all of these shapes and forms all have their values, but I think these contrasting ideas were created more for the management of the concept of heritage. At least how I see heritage is really all the ways we possibly see the past in the present nowadays. And you cannot separate any of these ways because the way we deal with the material is absolutely related with the ideas and processes of thought that go behind it. Now, of course, I do think that this is very much framed by a UNESCO perspective. We're not saying it's bad or good. It's just framed by UNESCO. And we need to understand that when we talk about tangible and intangible, it's a framework that follows what UNESCO, has popularized for the good and for the bad. There are other perceptions of how we understand, all of these expressions and relationships we establish with these material forms. Sometimes it may be useful. It depends a bit what your interests are, right? Because this is all up to us to define what the values are, and all to us in terms of like us individuals as part of our own communities who have our own heritage. Of course, this itself can lead to several conferences, but I would say, at least in my opinion, this is more of a management perception that has led to a lot of problems, actually, unfortunately. But it's there with us, so I do think we need to deconstruct it and bring back what has always been the same, which is heritage in everything that it is. Sorry, it's just a little bit chaotic. Shihan.
I can see Professor Nandadevan. Would you like to come in?
Yes, Shihan, to answer your question about the advantages and disadvantages of being adopted as a UNESCO representative list element. I totally agree with what Ritu Sethi says. There are advantages and disadvantages. Ritu mentioned that the necessity or the use of the whole idea to come from the community, but that these communities absolutely had no idea of UNESCO its list. It is us who go to the community and tell them, educate them, and inform them about the UNESCO and this list, and we ask their consent. I mean, in all practical levels, that is how it happens. So every time we go to now Sri Lanka does not have that much experiences about its intangible heritage elements being inscribed on the list. We had only one that was inscribed in 2018, and I got heavily involved in that process. And we have visited several communities since then, even this year, to nominate Dumbararata mats. But when we talk to them, we can sense their expectation. Their expectation is that once these people have come all the way from Colombo to help us to improve our economic situation, that is the very first reaction they have. They are very polite to not to ask, is the UNESCO going to give us money if this is, or is the government is going to give us money? But their expectation, we can very clearly sense that they expect this inscription is going to do a lot of good things to them. The UNESCO's objective is the first and foremost objective of the UNESCO is to increase or enhance visibility of the intangible cultural heritage element that is going to be inscribed. So what is visibility? Visibility is something that has not been seen by many people, but once it is inscribed, so many people would see it. So that is a very simple interpretation to the enhancement of visibility. Then what happens? One good thing about inscription is that I remember Sri Lanka submitted this nomination for on the traditional stream puppet theater. The first nomination was rejected. The first nomination, when whoever who wrote the first nomination was in the impression that once it is inscribed, people all over the world will know about that, and tourists will come to see traditional puppet theater in thousands, and that's going to bring a lot of tourist money, dollars to these puppeteers. So that is totally against the UNESCO wishes, and that is not exactly what we want to see. The good thing about this is that since UNESCO's objective is to not to commodify, not to commercialize, to protect the element from commercialization, then once it is inscribed, and if there are local forces who wants to make it a commodity element, then we can come forward and say, hey, you cannot do that because it's a UNESCO inscribed element, and commodification and touristicization is not allowed. So that gives us some kind of a guard against commercialization. I think that's a very important thing, and several times we had to tell this to certain officials, certain even government officials, even certain government agencies also have the wrong impression that once it is inscribed, then we can sell it to the tourist. So that time, because it's inscribed, we were in a position, now we are in a position to tell these even government agencies who are not aware of the UNESCO agenda that, hey, you guys cannot do that anymore because it is inscribed and this is what the UNESCO wants us to do. So I always think that that's a very good thing about getting the inscription on the representative list. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Any other comments or questions, or anybody else who wants to say something? Write in the chat. Any speakers? No? So if there are no more questions, maybe everybody has had a long day. So all that remains is for me to thank all the speakers and all the participants, some who've been here since morning. So I hope you've gained something from today and that you'll be thinking of these questions and that we'll all be able to contribute in some way to empowering these heritage aspects. Thank you. Thank you for taking part.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shehan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shehan. Thank you, everybody.